12 miles below. By Mark Arrows. Chapter names from this video will be marked as book number and chapter number. Example book 2 chapter 1 but will number as before on thumbnail. Chapter 51 to 60 to maintain sequence. If you want the chapter title to remain as before, do tell me in the comments. Book 2, Chapter 4, Wrong Neighborhood. I mulled over what Atias had told me, shortly after we'd climbed back aboard the airspeeder. The box containing Talon's journal stayed firmly in my hands, where I could see it at all times. Nobody knew how warlocks created the occult items they peddled, only that they had grown rich from it and were very choosy with who to initiate as new members. The pilgrims had hundreds of conflicting rumors about how one was chosen to become a warlock, anywhere from sacrifice and dark magic to the more mundane such as analytical talent. Whatever their methods were, the secrets of the occult had remained well and truly locked within their guilds, as far as I knew. Naturally, Atias had seen opportunity with this discovery. The clan lord had tasked me to find out more about the occult. And anything I discovered, I would report directly to him. Not strictly what Tsuya had in mind per se when she gave me the book, but I certainly wasn't going to argue with the scrapping clan lord himself. Besides, I trusted Atias to manage the information well. The warlock guilds had survived Relinquished's wrath up to now. Atias could certainly find a way to leverage the occult book into uplifting the clan. If we could create occult weapons, he could sell them by proxy, and earn quite a bit without anyone tracing it back to our clan. I wondered just how many occult items were sold in such a way. I was already foaming at the mouth to open up the metal box again and start rifling through the inscribed plates, but there was still a good distance to cover between here and the clan gates. And of course, there had to be a roadblock. It began with a shrill alarm in the cockpit. Teed instantly tapped a few buttons, silencing it. "We've been pinged," he said, now fully knocking my thought process back into the present. "Get on sensors, fire it up and figure out what's got eyes on us, kid." My movements went from lazing on the seat to instantly alert. I grabbed the keyboard and moved the mechanical arm holding it. Normally, the sensor module remains in low power mode during transit, left awake enough for exactly this situation. A few button taps and the screen blinked back to life, the system booting up to full. "Sensors online," I reported, falling back into operation training. Teed and I were all business now. Getting pinged was never a good sign. "Diverting power to sensors," Teed responded, flicking a few switches to turn off less important systems in order to feed the hungry module. He'd know what the ship could afford while I could be flicking off the wrong systems without full knowledge. My job was to send the wave and interpret the results. I let him pick how to power it all. I tapped away a series of commands, seeing green across the board. The module was fully working without issue. Teed kept a tight ship. "Charging confirmed. Complete. Sending wave now," I reported, tapping a few more keys and locking in the parameters. The ship rumbled, a deep sound rippling through the ship. "Wave away. Tracking, 5 notches, 10 notches," the display reported information and I converted the numbers as the wave spread out. Teed held his breath. "Oh gods in heaven, please let it be some submerged derelict. Something nice and simple we can ignore and keep on riding in peace." 25 notches, 30 notches. Impact. Impact at 33.18 notches. Response ping. I felt my heart drop as the screen showed the dots scattered around in a clear formation. 7 unknown contacts. 12 degrees down starboard. I crunched the numbers further, reading from the report, scheming the details and putting together the story. "Missiles?" Teed asked. "No. Mass points to Class C intercept frigates." "Slavers." Teed breathed out. "Fuck. Send another ping to see how fast they're going." "Already on it," I reported, locking in the next set of parameters and smashing the enter key. Again there was a rumble that vibrated the airship. "Wave away. Tracking. 25 notches, 30 notches. Impact. Impact at 33.11 notches. They're gaining on us, fast. Report shows around 190 an hour. Immediately he flicked on a few more toggles. Countermeasure suite, online and green. Good. Shutting off non-critical systems. Least they aren't being coy with us and playing sensor games. But Class C, at 33 notches away, scrap shit, don't think my girl here can outrun them. I can pull off around 185 an hour max if I recycle the chutes and burn off the extra at best. Not sustainable though. She'll be screaming to stop 3 hours in, let alone past the night. I knew what he was thinking, watching his own hand hovering over the yellow and black striped box at his side console. I grabbed the lid and flipped it up for him, revealing the red switch inside. We've got to declare an emergency, no running from them. I said. Let's be real, best we can do is buy half a day throwing every trick in the book before they eventually overtake us. Clan territory is still 4 days off. Teed gazed off to the side window. There's a mountain on the port side, 7 degrees up. We could beat them to the punch there and lose them in the canyons. They're better in tight corners, Class C airspeeders are built for this. And even if we somehow lose them, what then? It's just flat wastes in every direction, they only need to camp and wait for us to stick a foot out. We're right back where we started. He grit his teeth, looking again through the windows, searching for anything else in this wasteland that might give him ideas. Nothing. We'll keep that as a backup plan, in case things go to scrap shit. His hands reached out to the red toggle and flipped it. Red alert lights lit up with alarm all throughout the ship interior. Next, he turned a rotating wheel slider and connected to the ship comms. All crew, contact 12 degrees down starboard. Repeat, contact 12 degrees down starboard. Sensors confirm 7 Class C intercept frigates on approach. I could almost hear the chaos happening behind the cockpit door as everyone scrambled to lock up goods, double bar possible ingress points and even close the hangar doors which were usually left open on the sides. The shipmaster was already barking on general comms, calling out orders. Get your gear on, boys and girls. Time to pay the rent. Man turrets, lock munitions away from the walls, suit up and deheat the upper deck. Clan lords watching, don't embarrass me, you gods damned mutts. Status screen on my left showed the gun turrets being powered on and manned, the rifles being spooled up and given a test run to shake off the loose snow. We'll want everything as ready as possible when the enemy arrives. Deheating request was already being sent, everyone on the upper decks being given warnings to get into their environmental suits. Time until they cross us. Atias's voice came over the comms. About 8 hours minimum, M-Lord. Engines can be overclocked to 150%, but that'll only buy us time to sunset at best and damage the engines. We're nowhere near the clan territory. Understood. I'm not worried, pilot, and neither should you. Do remember we have 6 relic knights aboard alongside myself. Most raiders don't even expect a single night aboard a lone airship. Teed's skin instantly gained some color back. I, M-Lord. You're right. Just on edge is all. They might still be petty dicks once they find out they ain't winning an easy one. Plenty o' damage they can do without directly engaging us and then leaving us. Focus on keeping the course steady. You need only worry about one item at a time. Leave the enemy to us. That's what we're here for. And talking of that, Keith, I know you're there in the cockpit listening in. Time to get down here and earn your new salary, lad. I gave Teed a look, which he returned. Don't bite off more than you can chew, kid. I thought you'd bit the white 2 weeks ago. Don't do me dirty twice now. It'll be fine. I said, knocking on my chest plate 3 times for luck and picking up my helmet from the dashboard. Clan Lord had a point. Nobody wants to mess with knights if they can help it. Even less a deathless. Get in your suit, leave the rest to us. The cockpit doors opened and I slipped past another crew member making her way up to replace me, dragging 2 environmental suits. Combat up on the surface was a numbers game. A single bullet shot was usually not fatal. Field kit glue did a great job at small tiers like that. So long as someone wore their metal over the environmental suits in the right way, most vital parts were protected. Not comfortable to wear or move around with the added bulk, but usually people had time to equip them right before fights. Stalemates were quick to happen, which meant whichever side had less people usually surrendered early if the option was available. Otherwise, it would be a long drawn-out thing. The real shake-up came with relic knights. They were simply impervious to small caliber bullets. It took specialized guns to even trigger a knight's shields. The type of gun that took 2 people to carry around. And by no means guaranteed to stop a knight from reaching said pair and making their day go from bad to terrible. Not to mention carrying such a weapon would paint a massive target for every knight on the field to aim at first. And relic knights could be horribly fast when they wanted to be. One sprinting at full speed would make it past an entire battlefield within seconds, not to mention the shock factor the defenders would feel on seeing a fully armored monster making a direct line to them with a repo plan in mind. There was almost no stopping such a tank barreling into a defense line. Best one could do is stall with grenades and area of denial. And I say stall, because of course knight armor fully tracked any grenade tossed out and the warrior inside would be well alerted to every detail from trajectory to expected detonation range. All colorfully presented with clear-cut visuals on where to not stand. Once there weren't any more grenades to use, it was lights out for anyone unlucky enough to be around. Relic armor could outright punch through steel. The metal sheets scavengers wore as armor would stop small caliber bullets but act more like moldy fabric against the fist of a knight. Right through to the squishy human behind, and that was only their fists. The weapons a knight carried tended to be just as deadly and inescapable. As such, the traditional counter to a knight was another knight, preferably a scarier one. And unless that knight came equipped with anti-knight weaponry, which was a whole logistics issue of its own, it would end up being settled in melee combat using occult weapons. Easy to carry, easy to use, no ammunition or storage costs, basically occult weapons were far too good to be held back by the short range. Which wasn't that large of an obstacle in the first place considering the stupid speeds knights could reach while sprinting. Occasionally, they'd carry metal kite shields as well. And if the knight was rich enough, those could be occult shields, as if the armor itself wasn't a large enough fuck you to the rank and file weapons already. That's why it came down to a numbers game when knights were involved. Whichever side had more knights or more money per knight, would eventually beat down their competition and then happily walk into the defense line on the other side to clean house. Unless you had skilled knights like Father who could take on 2 at once and still come out ahead. It took about 5 minutes for the crew to move from leisure to combat ready. Another 10 minutes to make sure everything was packed away and safe. Wouldn't do for munitions to get shot at and exploded just because the box happened to be left in easy access. The crew would then go to the next step, which was to rigorously test out the emergency systems. Teed would be wearing his environmental suit right about now along with all the off-duty crew, and the interior chambers would be chilled to match surface temperature. All heating turned off everywhere on the ship. It would be a nightmare if a hole opened up, the temperature differential could do nasty things to expanding metal. Atius remained unperturbed, hand on the pommel of his old sword. "Spare a shovel for your thoughts, my lord?" I asked him, standing among the other knights in the center of the scrambling scavengers. "I'm waiting for confirmation on what the enemy is, lad. There's a difference between slavers, raiders, and pirates. Raiders would have launched missiles at this distance and done everything to scramble our means of fighting back. Only slavers and pirates are interested in leaving the crew alive, for different reasons. Slavers can't be negotiated with, they're 2-bit thugs. Pirates on the other hand, are business-oriented. All they're after is loot and getting it with the least amount of effort. If they're all Class C intercept frigates, they're not made to haul home slaves," I said. "But this could just be the vanguard, and their real haulers will arrive after their prey is detoothed. Agreed, he said. Which is why I'm waiting for confirmation before I determine which action to take. We didn't need to wait long. Teed's voice clicked over to the Knight's channel, reporting his findings. 7 ships as the sun shines, my lord. All intercept frigates. We've got IFF tags and visuals, they're flying the black flag. Pirates then? Atias said, smiling like a predator. Wonderful. Like a taste of old times. Increase speed above max for 15 minutes, get someone by the engines and strap on a smoke grenade to the side, detonate it and reduce speed to 40%. Let them think we broke our legs trying to run. Give their lads something to drool over. Teed gave a verbal salute over the comms. The crew remained around, fiddling with their weapons, preparing for the worst, though they all seemed mollified by the number of knights we had aboard and that the clan lord clearly had a plan in mind. One way or another, the pirates weren't going to win this one with our firepower. The question was how much damage they'd do to us before we broke their backs. 15 minutes later, our left engine had a plume of black engine smoke trailing from it, while the ship lurched from sprinting speeds down to a limp. It didn't take long for the gleeful pirates to catch up. Comms distance closed in, and a woman's voice picked up. Airspeeder hauler, turn off your engines, land somewhere and prepare for boarding. Y'all tried and ye fucked up clearly. Take it as a sign from the gods to politely give up. Bring out all items of value and we'll be on our merry way with nobody hurt. Try to fight or hide the goods and you'll be questioning that decision real hard on the last, and longest, moments of your life. Y'all know the drill. If ye shipmaster be an idiot that needs to be strung up, now's the time to mutiny and we'll offer a fair trial on the ice, on our word. Trial? I asked, more curious. The expeditions I'd been with had been short stops near the clan home. Never ran into any sort of mishap there. This was my first time with pirates. You heard right, pirates offer the crew a chance to air grievances. Ironreach shrugged to the side. Makes the shipmaster second-guess themselves about ordering the crew to repel instead of simply throwing the towel. Atias chuckled. As I said, lad. Business-oriented. They make it extremely easy to surrender. I thought they tortured people. Oh, they do. Atias said. They'll torture anyone that fights back and leave everyone else untouched. Best way to profit is a straight surrender. As such, all pirates are gunning to maximize that chance with any stick and carrot. If the crew surrenders, they won't touch a single rebreather on anyone. If the crew fights back, as she said, last and longest moment of your life. Unless you're one of the few spared so that you can spread the word on return. The clan lord turned, looking right where the cockpit would be. Pilot! He barked out. Land the ship. There's some treasure that's been courteous enough to drive itself to me, and I intend to collect. Underscore 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 un. It only took minutes before the pirates reached us once Teed had turned down the engines and landed. I could hear the engines of all 7 of the pirate ships rumbling around. Out on speakers, the woman's voice sounded out again. Good boys. Now, open your bay doors and start unpacking. Don't try anything funny. We'll be grabbing the goods and be on our merry way. Everyone's happy, except maybe the rich scrap shits that sent you out. I doubt they pay any of you enough to lose your life over their slice of cake. Wait until they're all landed and set up before we show our hand. Atias said to us. The knights and I all hid deep in the cargo hold, behind crates, obscured from sight as the bay doors opened up. The crew began to dutifully comply, bringing out the supplies and making no motion to fight. I want them on the snow and too tied down to up and leave spooked. Atias said. Journey fed me a viewpoint from the bay camera. The 7 ships had all landed, a flurry of pirates all jumping down and setting up shop. A few were already pitching up tents, since organizing all the new haul would likely take some time. Like a lazy predator taking a nap after a full meal. There were still a great many still setting up defenses, the gun turrets all ready to open fire and locked on our ship, but a sense of complacency was rapidly spreading. These pirates were old hats, they knew the drill and could tell when a crew wasn't planning on fighting. They were right that our crew wasn't planning on fighting, but for the wrong reasons. 15 minutes later and Atius considered the pirates to be fully entrenched. If the ships tried to haul away, they'd be leaving half their crew behind, possibly too much of their crew to continue operations. A man with a few logistics tools was tapping away at the keys while he inventoried the different crates and supplies the pirates would be taking, walking between the goods. At his side was a rather striking knight. Bright red armor with a large feathered hat and other ornaments adorned her, of which even the frozen rime didn't cover up the color. That must be their leader. Or a decoy, though I doubted that. There wasn't a safer place than inside a relic armor. At her side, 2 other relic knights idled by, also marked red, though far less eye-catching than the first. Atius laughed when he saw the hat, a dark chuckle he kept under his beard. Though he didn't answer what had him so amused, instead giving orders. "All right lads, time to make our entrance. Open fire only if needed, though I doubt it'll come to that." We made our way out of the bay and into the open air, casually walking in a V formation, behind the clan lord, who was already wreathed in the occult, the display misting off his arm, face exposed brightly under the sun. Any doubt he wasn't a deathless was just about delusional. Movement around the impromptu camp slowed as more and more noticed our approach. Silence on the comms. A look for smugness in the stance and glances of our crew, and one of silent horror on the pirates as they all started to notice. Imagine being a pirate, dealing with only the rank and file for years up until this one lone airspeeder out in the middle of nowhere. And out of that hangar walks out a demigod glowing with power and 6 relic knights bodyguards trailing behind, one of which was an imperial crusader, at least as far as journey would appear to them. Sounds of metal clicking into the ice littered the air. All the pirates immediately tossed their weapons away the moment they noticed, taking hasty steps backwards and sitting down with their hands held up behind their necks. They knew the way the wind was blowing. Atius had been right. It didn't matter what the pirate captain ordered now. No sane man wanted to pick a fight with 6 relic knights. And even worse, a deathless. They all knew their chances at victory. Frankly, they were probably all wondering what sort of mythical story they'd happened to stumble into. They clearly knew none of them were the main characters at least. The pirate knights spotted us walking to them, both bodyguards taking a step back, one reaching for the pommel of his weapon for a half-second before curling up his fist and raising a hand away from the weapon. The center knight, the captain of this fleet, turned to check on the commotion and froze. Atius grinned. "Why, if it isn't an amorous. I see your family obtained new armors since the last time I met you folks. Would be a shame if something happened to those." Again. The pirate leader looked around her, watching the rest of the pirates already sitting down, weapons tossed a few feet away, every single one of them raising hands. Even the ones in the turrets were powering them off and scrambling away. "Fuck," she simply said. Book 2, Chapter 5, Enemies Today, Allies Tomorrow. Anka looked over fondly at her new gauntlet. Raised up in the air, light glinting off the scarlet edges. The bright red didn't fit House Shadowzong's traditional theme, but the armor would be more fitted once she returned. They weren't hard to modify cosmetically at least. Callum and Locke were also similarly busy donning their own pair of armors. I would swear on my gravestone Atius deliberately had the Shadowzongs wear the new plate directly on the other side of the ex-owners. The pirates watched with mute anger. We had escorted the 3 pirate knights onto the ship at Sword Point, where the interior section had been reheated with the recent end of hostilities. Tradition made it pretty clear who gets these armors. Shadowzong, being the highest rank on the airspeeder at the time besides the clan lord, naturally folded the armor under his house. He had candidates on board that could wear the armor while the other houses didn't. 3 night relic armors all at once was a massive haul, and the Shadow Songs would pay quite a bit over time in order to secure their initial claim of the armors. Of course, the Prime took that deal without hesitation. Why in the 12 hells are you even in this region? Of all fucking places and all fucking deathless. It's God's damned hundreds of miles off your territory, you prick. Atius shrugged, leaning back on the table chair. Ahead of him, the pirate captain sat, legs crossed following suit with her own arms. She was not amused. Least, tell me exactly what had you barking around here for? Our clan lord shrugged casually. That's the splendid part about winning, I don't need to answer questions. I get to ask them, lass. How's your grandmother? Been a few years since the last time I saw her. The pirate spat on the table at that. She curses your name and the day each morning on sunshine and curses the day again for she sleeps like a lullaby. Everyone and her dogs heard her tale. Oh, you. Always thought it to be a funny tale growing up. Not so funny now that I'm living it. She shot a particularly blood-curdling glare at Anka. The Shadow Song heiress ignored the scowl as if it was beneath her attention. Instead, she took slightly longer to make sure she had properly attached her gold jewelry to the right places. Moving slightly slower than needed. It almost didn't look deliberate. Almost. Another crew member came by with a sponge and began to clean off the spit from the table without word. So your grandmother's still alive? Perhaps next time I'm around the market, I'll see if I can have tea with her and chat about old times. Atius said. Oh, she's alive all right. The pirate laughed. Though I think seeing your ugly mug again would finally send her straight into the coffin. Apparently, our clan lord had a reputation among the pirates for doing exactly this. One of the big reasons they all avoided our clan territory like the plague. Never know when a simple convoy could pop out a deathless hidden inside ready to pull a no, you. Bad for business, that. Pose I'll get one more story in common with dear ol grandmum. So, what happens now? Atius smiled widely. Why, you and your officers travel with us as hostages. Can't ignore the chance that you'll open fire on my ship from a distance as some kind of petty revenge and then run. One of your frigates will escort my airspeeder home to the clan, and once we've arrived, you and the officers will use that frigate to return home. Exactly how Grandmum's story went. The pirate wilted in her seat. You're robbing me blind here. Mercy, please, Lord. I need those armors, my crew depends on it. Live by the sword, die by the sword. He shrugged. I find it rich you'd expect an appeal to emotions would work on me, from a pirate no less. Please, I'm an old hat to dealings. You knew this would happen eventually and planned for it. Perhaps not by a deathless, but certainly by a bait ship filled with knights. That's what separates the good from the great. He lifted her hat in the light, rotating it to see all the different angles, that synthetic red feather bouncing around. And a pirate dynasty leading a small fleet of frigates doesn't come around by mere luck. How about you drop this act and we move on to the real part? The pirate captain's demeanor changed like a lizard's. One moment, it seemed like she was about to burst into tears of pity and rage. Now she looked like she was about to broker deals. I'm assuming the armor's a lost cause, Let's not waste time there. He agreed. I'll let you keep the hat for free, however. Out of the goodness of my own heart. Fakin' cursed ass thing. I should burn it in the engines and find a new brand. Grandmum wore it, and she gets robbed. I wear it, and I get robbed by the same God's cursed man no less. Rotten miserable thing has the reek of the occult upon it. Would you like me to take care of that for you? He said, a cold pulsing across his arms, reaching through in wisps to the feathered hat. I happen to be an expert. I'll offer my services at a discount. The pirate captain snatched that hat out of his hand. Don't fuck with me. She half snarled. I worked too damn hard to earn this fucking hat, hell if I let it get burned by a glorified snowmount in the way. Grandmum got back on her feet after she ran into you, I can do the same. As you wish, lass, hat is yours to do with as you like. I quite like this tradition, personally. I'm looking forward to the next amorous I run into. She shot him a glare of absolute malice. And once more it was quickly overtaken by a look of greed. Actually, I'm thinkin' I might have just the thing that's worth all me armor's back. Atias tilted his head slightly, then leaned forward. Oh? Do you now? Please, I'm all ears. I have a nice stretch of ice out in the white wastes to sell you next. Laugh it up, Deathless, I heard from a little pipe weasel something of great value to you. The right words can be just as expensive as a kingdom. Not all is quiet on the other side. I'll sell the starting bits in exchange for keepin' me current goods. We'd been out here for weeks now, I aim to return home with at least some haul to start covering this mess. Surface dwellers split into two dominant cultures. The clan cultures were massive close-knit things, often competitive with one another, but usually civilized with certain rules everyone followed and a shared heritage. Then, there was the lawless side of the world, which was far more fluid and often a mix of both the underground and the surface. Or at least the rejects from both. Exiles of all kinds ended up within that circle. Other siders. I don't know much about the other side, except for stories of how lawless their culture is, no true leaders, only large factions snipping away at each other. At least, that's the popular gossip about them. Atias considered the word of the captain, turning to look at me. Keith, get me the logistics tablet from their officer, and do a quick rundown for what their most expensive haul is. It looks like the fleet master here might have an offer for me. I gave my clan lord a salute and turned to make my way out of the airship, passing by Anka and her minions. They all glanced at me like birds showing off new feathers. Clearly they were savoring the moment they'd joined the ranks, and not worried about the captain's renewed attempts to weasel that armor back. The Shadowsong Prime hovered by them, pointing out to certain parts of their armor. I couldn't overhear what he was saying since they were on their own comms, but it looked like their old man was already teaching the finer points of relic knighting. Kedra was outside the airship, keeping a hand on her rifle and otherwise looking imposing while the workers shuffled around, moving supplies back into our airspeeder while the pirates pulled theirs out of the holds. Reminding them all who was in charge now. Have you brought word of what's happening inside? She asked as I stepped up to her. I've been growing curious, I admit. The clan lord's getting more than just the armors. I said, pointing a thumb behind me. I think he plans on squeezing the pirates for every bit he can get from them. I would expect nothing less. I find it rather odd that we're allowing these pirates to live. They'll certainly ruin someone else's day if we leave them to escape. I think Atias must have some kind of understanding with the pirates. It's not the first time he's done this, that's for sure. I turned and began to walk to the 7 landed frigates. They were scattered around the area, in a rough semicircle around our own airspeeder. Kedra fell to my side. Clan Lord sent me to go shake down the pirate logistics officer, get a full list of their goods to see what we aim to take home with us. Besides the armors, I mean. Their logistics officer is holed up in this ship, last I heard. Kedra said, pointing at one of the further away ships. I'm rather surprised Atias isn't ordering these ships home as well. They're all worth a mint, I am sure. Airspeeders weren't exactly rare, but they were difficult to field, store and upkeep. All the parts were interchangeable with a bit of tech know-how. The problem was that nobody had all the printing files required. There was always some core parts that couldn't be replaced or reprinted and had to be bought from somewhere if they failed. And of course, clans kept a very tight control over the files that they did own, as that was their means of trade. Even if we didn't have the hangar space to store and maintain new airspeeders, these pirate ships could always be stripped down into parts and stored for later use. Since Atias hadn't sacked the ships themselves, there were probably more reasons I didn't know about. While smug with the pirate fleet master, there still seemed to be some sort of civil respect granted to one another when the captain and Aetius had spoken to each other. He wasn't planning on leaving them stranded out here with no food for one. Maybe there's another reason we aren't seeing. Do you think Aetius has ties or alliances with the other side? I asked, now curious. Kedra considered it. Deathless or immortal. And while I don't support being civil with outlaws, I could see the importance over time to keep some kind of diplomacy alive. But you still don't like it? I chuckled. She pointedly didn't answer that. My sister always did have a strong sense of justice. Kedra and I boarded the airspeeder frigate, walking up the ramp to go find the quartermaster that was supposedly hiding somewhere inside. I could see the pirates scramble out of the way anywhere we stepped. To them, I was a crusader being escorted by a surface clan knight. Not a combination anyone wanted to deal with. Inside the lit decks, I got a first-hand peek at other siders and how they lived, or at least this little slice of the world. Entire decks were filled with hammocks, all tied down for the long haul. This was a pretty stark contrast compared to how surface dweller expeditions worked. We would sleep in large groups inside heated tents during the night, outside the airspeeders. But that was mostly due to having far too many people to cram within the speeders. Our expeditions didn't need to be fast. I hadn't noticed any metal shelving outside these frigates either, so the ship wasn't overbooking crew. This was made for her speed. There would be great power savings for having to heat up only one interior space rather than a few dozen large expedition tents. That would let these ships chase down prey for a lot longer than the prey could run. Kedra and I passed by rows of water tanks, growing small herbs of various colors, brightly lit with violet LED lights shining down on them. Nothing to the scale of the aquaponics and insect farms back home. This mini farm the pirates kept looked mostly made up of flavoring plants, likely to be dried out and crushed into spices for their food. Not enough to feed the entire ship, rather it looked more like a side venture. My guess is that they would be living off a diet of frostbloom primarily, and use the limited space to grow a small batch of crops to give themselves some more options. Frostbloom was pretty bitter, but it's not impossible to make it taste better with the right ingredients. All in all, I got the impression this group of ships was more than just their fleet. They lived here. Perhaps Aetius wasn't sacking the ships themselves for more altruistic reasons. You can steal the plate and food from a man's house, but stealing the entire house might be leaving the man with no choice but violence. The pirate quartermaster was found inside the heated sections, nursing what looked like a mug of something alcoholic. He glanced up as we entered, his face somber. "Suppose you're here for the inventory?" he asked, waving a computer slate at us. I flashed him a thumbs up. "First time being on the other end?" I asked him. He nodded slowly. Knew it'd happen no matter how careful she was about her targets. First for me personally since I joined her crew though. Stings like a pipe weasel's bite. He simply skidded that computer pad across the table to me. I can't rightly complain given we do this all the time to others. Never thought an Imperial Crusader would be sent to do admin duty, aren't you a bit far from home? In a way. I answered non-committally. It didn't sit right with me to impersonate a Crusader, but this was a pirate. Let them gossip. I take it you know how to use Excel? He asked. Excel? I was handy enough with that, sure. I nodded, grabbing the computer slate and looking into it. Journey did me a solid and automatically scanned the document, parsing it out and recreating it over my HUD in an easier-to-read format. I swear, maybe relic armor should be used by functionaries, they might have just as much impact to the clan on the long run. Unless Aetius already did so. The thought of the coveted armors being secretly used by the Logi caste behind the scenes to do the administration work made for a funny picture in my head. The pirate cache turned out to be rather large. They'd been lucky intercepting traders, smugglers, other looters, and the odd surface clan airspeeder caught at the wrong place and time. Their hoard included anything from interesting parts recovered from dig sites to drugs of every kind and color. The latter was taken from smugglers. Frankly, I was a little surprised at how much stuff they carried. These ships didn't seem big enough to carry all that, and it would make them slower and slower. We bury caches and then dig them up when we swing by with a real hauler. More efficient. The quartermaster said, taking another swig of his drink when I asked him. Smart, though greedy. Anyone else on the White Wastes could uncover their caches, but then again Tsuya had hidden a book on the occult up here. I'm sure the pirates had their ways of hiding their treasures. Logs of events gave a more colorful history. Some smugglers looked to even be part of some coalition, in which showing proof of membership meant the pirates would simply let the smuggler carry on with their goods back home. Guess the other siders were organized enough to even have outright insurance for their illicit goods. Maybe the other side was more civilized than we suspected, only in a different way. And speaking of that, practically everything was measured and weighed by their quartermaster with clear intelligence. They had rules set up for when to track down an airspeeder and when to ignore it. Law of averages ran these fleets. Pilgrims and undersiders were largely ignored and left to go do their own thing. Pilgrims because that would bring the surface clans to hunt them down religiously, and undersiders because those folks never came up without a small army of knights. Undersiders were generally clueless on proper use and upkeep of environmental suits, so only knights would be sent up here. Funny enough, there was even a section on the possibility of encountering a reverse trap, in which the prey carried far more relic knights than expected. Being caught in one was factored into the numbers, and estimated to happen once every 7 years of careful operations. This crew had gone almost 2 decades without being caught by such a trap, and the one time they had ran into a knight, they'd come out of it with 1 more armor since they outnumbered that lone knight 2 to 1. No reports of bloodshed either, he'd gone out without a fight. The streak of good luck was likely because their captain played the game far more carefully. Surface dwellers were on the prey list, but with an asterisk. Usually they would be part of large expeditions of multiple airspeeders, which made the whole thing more dangerous. Oftentimes there would be knights among them. And surface dwellers were more likely to fight back, out of sheer zealous idiotic honor according to the logs. Their words, not mine. Anything more than 3 speeders was strictly off limits. 2 was stretching it. 1 was okay to go after. Up until today at least. Terrible luck. I weep for their losses. Truly. The issue I was having is that they didn't log where they put their loot. You have a separate map for where these caches of yours are? I asked. The pirate grinned back, Useless to you, though. Your Deathless isn't going to travel around looking for possible pirate caches. What we got aboard these frigates is the best you can take. Whole point of the caches. Folding my hands on the table, I leaned in. Guessing what the clan leader would do? You seem to know something I don't. Mind telling me? Think about it. He said, tapping the cup. Clan lords are not in the business of tracking down shipments across the wastes. Especially since there's 101 ways to give you all the slip. We gots the faster ships. Fair point. If we asked for a map, they had no reasons to give us the real one. And by the time we found out, it would be far too late. The more I thought about how to pin down and recover all these caches, the more I realized it was a lost cause. There were too many ways for the pirates to slip the noose. It's when I investigated the food consumption that I became more suspicious of this whole cache story. Meals served showed items I hadn't seen on my way up here. And while those plants and crickets could have been housed in a different intercept frigate, something didn't add up. There was too little frostbloom usage and too much actual food. The more I looked, the more things made no sense. Around 5 years ago, the logs started showing a different picture. I saw mentions of loot being transferred over to a mothership instead of caches. Which made me wonder what event happened that caused them to give up on that method. The rest of the 15 years back all showed the mothership being used. It offered full farms for both insects and vegetables, repair stations, a hospital wing and a safer location to keep loot. They would leave the ship behind when chasing down targets, recover the goods and return to the ship. It seemed they all just ditched the mothership with no explanation on one random day roughly 5 years back. Odd. Or someone had been steadily deleting all records of the mothership and this was the point where they'd run out of time to keep up the work. I looked back up at the logistics pirate, who relaxed on his chair as if nothing in the world could have happened. I take it, you've recalled the mothership already, yes? I'd like to see the rest of the loot. I asked sweetly. Oh, the mothership? Nah, we ditched that hunk of junk years ago. The officer answered, again with perfect acting. Fine. If he wanted to play hardball, two could play that game. I considered his last actions, and put myself in his shoes. Frantically covering tracks, deleting entries, and possibly forging numbers where things wouldn't add up. It had to be a rush job, which meant a high chance of overlooking something. It's been 20 years since they've run into issues, they would have eventually started getting lazy about keeping a plan ready for this event. Journey, pull up the edit history of this document. The armor complied. The pirate still looked relaxed as ever, as if he were spacing out and waiting for me to finish. There were no edits at all for today. Not even the typical entry log for fuel spent. Almost as if all revisions for the day, no matter how real, had been hastily deleted en masse. There was no undo button to come to my rescue. He raised his mug again to take another casual sip of his drink. Where do you keep your backups? I asked him. Backups? What's that? He asked sweetly. A logistics officer asking what a backup was. Fucking har. God's damned logis were all the same no matter rank or tribe. Something about numbers going up on a stat sheet made people start thinking in strange ways. He even began to sip his drink with a pinky out all while staring me in the eyes. The balls on this guy. To his credit, I almost started laughing. We both knew he was lying, so this was him being 100% cheeky. The question was if I could catch him on it. This version of Excel was Excel 95, slightly newer than the one the clan used. In general, the further advanced the software, the more they started demanding licenses or accounts registered to entities that had stopped existing eons ago. Excel 95 was a pretty advanced version to have. The old world humans were straight up obsessed over digital rights management, and that had been the wall that stopped all progress past the late 90s tech for humanity today. There was a thin band of 20-ish years of usable software, after that everything started getting complicated. There were rumors that key crackers and exploits existed at one point that would crack past these barriers, but either they were all purged over time or they're sitting in hard storage deep inside rich people's vaults. I flicked the comms to private. Journey, how good are you at bluffing? Unable to process this request. Additional information needed on subject for meaningful answer. Excel 95 doesn't have automatic backups, and this guy will know that. I'm going to go for a different route. I want you to act as if you found something plausible when I ask. If you need to, generate something wholesale that would look like it fit. Affirmative. Query within bounds. All right, with that set up, the comms flicked back to my local area. You did a pretty good job covering your tracks, deleting the edit history. I complimented the pirate, giving a nod. Did you know Windows XP has its own backup system separate from Excel? Journey, find the last backup of the actual data. I snapped my fingers for extra dramatics. Journey did not disappoint. Automatic system restore point detected as of 1 week prior. It chimed on the comms. That got the pirate to cough his grog out. Best partner in crime. I love my armor. To be fair, I had absolutely no idea if XP even did something like that, but it's plausible. That was getting close to the DRM barrier, so it probably had a lot of neat features. But more importantly, if I didn't know, I doubted he did either. They should have stuck to Linux. Jig is up. I said, pressing down on the bluff. Don't make me actually start having to pull teeth now. It's been fun up to now, but I do own a sword. If I have to dig between differences in two different files, I'm going to be upset you made me do the extra work. My hand patted the hilt of my occult longsword fondly, the threat implied. The quartermaster gave one last cough, then shrugged, finally throwing in the towel. Captain told me to keep it hush-hush, always a chance none of you noticed. He drew out a small USB from his pocket and tossed it at me. Solid chance, I thought. But using the OS itself to sneak past all my hard work? Cheating. He chuckled. I turned my head and stared at him expectantly, putting the computer slate down and folding my hands together patiently. He sighed and tapped the comms. Helmsman, call up the Blackbird and have ER swing by. I got busted, they spotted the ship. Over. I snapped in the USB and got to work again. The real file was neatly saved inside, dated to today. It wasn't greatly different from the current one. Some numbers had been fudged, but he'd clearly spent his time trying to hide the mothership above all other priorities. Now that the missing piece was there, everything made sense. All the numbers checked out. This time, there wasn't anything hiding. Job done, I sent my report over to Atius so he could see what could fit in our airspeeder and what would have to be left behind. We could also stuff the escort ship filled with some of this loot, but I had a feeling Atius wasn't planning on robbing the pirates of everything. Desperate people made desperate choices. If Atius was acting the way I thought, he'd likely be leaving them enough loot to consider the expedition a success for the average pirate, and pay the crew off. With only the leadership bearing the real costs. That way he almost guarantees that the pirate crew have no reason to rebel. I clicked over to the night comms and found Atius brokering a deal with the pirate captain. Given my position, listening in wasn't going to put me in a hot spot, unless I started interrupting or making a nuisance of myself. I see you've got quite the riches here. Atius said, likely looking over the report I'd sent him. Congratulations, Captain. Other pirates would be envious of your current success. And they'd laugh at the current failure. She shot back. I take it we can keep the drugs without issue? You don't want those. You are correct that narcotics are terrible for clan society and I don't want even a hint of them brought back on my ship. You are incorrect in your assumption that my disinterest leaves them safe in your hands, lass. You'll pay me for the privilege of letting you keep them in one piece. No free meals. I heard her click her tongue in annoyance. Fine. And then she went into it. Frankly, it sounded almost like haggling at this point with both sides playing the typical mind games. Atius was steadfast in his demands, clearly knowing he had the upper hand. The captain tried to oversell how much she owed to each of her crew members, but it was rather difficult with the documents in hand. Eventually Atius and the pirate came to an agreement, pending on the price of the information the pirate was offering. She seemed certain it was worth quite a bit. So, he said, let's see what this so-called information of yours truly is. The raiders and slavers are Moven. She said, they're planning on sacking a few clans, and worse, your clan's on the menu too. In fact, I'm almost sure your clan's the original target. All the other smaller clans are just the appetizers. I find that hard to believe. Atius said, clearly not buying this. My clan's wealthy enough to afford a strong defense line, in addition to my own weight. We're quite famous for that. Raiders attack smaller clans if they attack at all, mine would be too big of a fish without a Pyrrhic victory at best. I could almost hear the verbal shrug on her side. Think what you think, but they clearly did factor you in their numbers. This ain't some covered plan. No hiding that big of a force. It's dozens of companies all banding together somehow, putting aside their differences in order to go on a full-on crusade. Don't know what's riled them up like this, but they're a common your way. Atius paused, likely pondering the ramifications. What is the time frame? I hardly believe such an army could be assembled and supplied within the week. Oh, you ain't gonna see the tip of their guns for a good while at least. she said. Word on the wastes is that they're aiming for 3 months. They scramblin' fast. Either something's got them spooked with a blade to their neck, or they smelled something mighty tasty from your clan. They're seeing blood on the ice for sure, and they pullin' all the stops. Largest army of this decade put together, swear on me hat. This information isn't worth armor. Atius replied flatly. An attack this scale would make waves. I will inevitably hear of this within the week. You only have the privilege of being the first of many. You be right bout the information. But that's not what I'm selling. There was silence on the comms for a moment. You want the armors back in exchange for supplementing our defenses with your fleet? 1 armor. Atius offered. The pirate captain exploded at that. The cost of fighting in this war of yours is far beyond 1 armor. 1 armor. 1 armor, he says. Can you believe the stones on this git? You think I'm running a charity? I'm already calculating a few of my ships going down and half the crew being wiped off the manifest lists for this. If I'm only getting a single armor back, I'd rather pay for it in coin myself and get gouged in my wallet. Better than bane gouged in my throat. All 3 armors and not a lick less. Frankly, you be lucky I'm not joining the raiders in the Sakin. That's another way I could get my armors back and then some, you know. You won't join their side. Remember, I live for a very long time. And carry very long grudges. Atius said, voice suddenly cold. There isn't a winning move for these raiders. If they fight and fail, they'll be dead. If they fight and succeed, I'll find myself with far too much free time on my hands and a long list of people to hunt down. They'll live short-lived lives of fear, hiding away the whole while like miserable dogs and still being plucked one by one. 1,000, 2,000, I couldn't care less. They're all dead men walking to me. Now, do you want to see your name written on my list, lass? Fine. Gods know you've been enough of a blight on my family already. She sighed, I'm offering to cash in me favors and bring some of my fleet and a few others on your side. All my armors back or I ain't helping. Final offer, no negotiating. The clan lord remained silent for another stretch, considering. So be it. He concluded. All 3 armors, in exchange for a pirate fleet of good size. These armors will be delivered after the battle is concluded. I look forward to fighting side by side with you, lass. The captain laughed at that, a shrill cackle. Yes, say that with a smile, all while robbing me blind of my money makers as we gods damn speak. Some ally you are. But fine, we got a deal. See you on the battlefield, deathless. There was a pause, just enough time for a handshake. Maybe it might be petty of me, but I would pay quite a bit to see Anka's face right about now. Going from newly knighted to realizing she's keeping that armor on rent. The Logi pirate on the other side of the table cradled his head in despair, likely also listening in on his captain's comms. What does she think I am? Some kind of miracle worker that can squeeze numbers out of metal? He grumbled under his breath. Fucking thing is going to be a nightmare to organize. I gave him a look. Guess we're friends now, bud? He looked up slowly, eyes bloodshot. Then nodded, raising a mug and shaking it. Drink? Gods know we both need it. Book 2, Chapter 6, The War Underground, T. The old runner walked into her throne room, steps artificially slowed in order to maintain the same speed as the smaller companion that walked by his side. The runners were machines made as a gross facsimile of humanity, as far as Tarath could tell. Elongated arms and legs meant to disturb. Sharp claws and terrifying skeletal structures further built on the image. The skull-like head completed it. To the left of the looming monster, the ex-human girl seemed almost fragile. A tiny thing that hardly reached the runner's torso, let alone chest and head. Her fear was likewise perfectly clear to Tarath. Subsystems within the feather identified body language, telling quite a bit. It was interesting how humans could communicate such information without even vocalizing anything. And without noticing they did either. Around the feather, machines of all kinds loitered around, each having come up to speak their wisdom to her earlier. The only ones left were the chosen and the runners, both of which were represented with this pair. Tarath watched from her stone throne as the pair walked towards her. At a close enough distance, both the old runner and the human girl knelt down. The former doing so gracefully and without hesitation, while the latter seemed almost caught unaware and hastily knelt down to catch up. She was clearly out of place here, out of her element. "We have come," the old runner growled out. "I have brought their leader." Tarath considered the girl before her. "Do you know why I've called you here?" she asked. Tarath was curious to see if the vaulted human cleverness survived the transition. She could see the girl's arm had been replaced with machines, tubes within her had also taken root, and her blood was half filled with nanites. More importantly, deep within the girl's guts was a small metal plaque in which the fractal of unity was etched, connected to a soul fractal. One which connected with the girl's soul. The pale lady could whisper her demands to any of them at any time through that combination. Tarath considered this plaque to be the turning point in which the lady had decided these humans were no longer considered humans to her eyes. Her mission had been to eliminate humans. This was the natural workaround. What Tarath didn't quite understand was why choose to do so only within the last few months. Thousands of years, and only now did the lady choose to begin this route. "No, my lady. I wouldn't want to presume I understand the minds of the lady's great angels," the girl squeaked. She nervously glanced around, clearly on edge by the surrounding machines. The rest of Tarath's newly assembled court watched on with mild interest. Most simply didn't care about the ex-human in their midst. They were taught to kill all enemies in sight. And this wasn't an enemy anymore to them. "I brought you here, to hear your advice," Tarath said. "I am new to my throne. I have determined that my inexperience can be solved by drawing on experience from around me. Has Tuekar told you of the lady's orders?" Again the girl squeaked, bowing down lower and trying to avoid the surrounding glances. "And no, my lady. He has not said anything to us. We've been, mostly left alone." Tarath nodded, considering the issue. This was not unique to the Chosen, clearly. Tuekar was powerful and self-sufficient. He had left his army mostly to do what they wished, and the lack of cohesion between them was the logical result. Tarath would need to bring this disparate group of machines into a complete whole. Her old nest had been a perfect example of what a society should be. Each member had a role to play, and each would work in concert with the others without issue. They were all part of the nest. Tarath would need to weave a larger nest, one that encapsulated all of her new army, these chosen included. "What is your name?" she asked the girl. "Tamari, my lady," the chosen leader answered. "Tamari. The lady has ordered the destruction of a surface clan. This clan may call for help from other humans nearby. The closest humans are an Undersider city." A pause. Tamari took a hesitant look up, only to see Tarath staring back at her, expectant. So the girl looked around to the surrounding army to avoid the gaze, adding up the sight in her head. You want us to attack this city?" "Yes. My lady, why call me here? I am but an intermittent village head while our priest is away with Tuekar. Be that as it may, you still offer a perspective I lack." She straightened herself on the throne, wings behind folding up to cradle her better in the might made concrete. "I have never waged a war before. Nor have I attacked a human city. I have called all my army here so that they may offer advice on how best to complete this task." The girl looked around herself, slowly turning her eyes to view the surrounding machine army. These were the older models, ones that by chance and luck had survived encounters with the humans and grown from it. Just like the old runner that had escorted her here. She glanced up to it, where it remained kneeling down. Tarath could sense the emotions of that old runner. It was far more calm around her now, compared to when they had first met. That pleased the feather greatly. I'm not sure what I could offer you that the other machines wouldn't have. The girl finally chose to say. Vexing, thought the feather. She had expected more from the ex-human. Unless she hadn't given this human enough information to work with. That would be rectified. The other machines are blinded by their forms. She pointed at the spider that loomed behind her throne. This one tells me to wait for the humans to leave their city and descend upon them when they do. This is what spiders do, naturally it will be their advice. Next, Tarath pointed to the drake who remained curled upon itself to her left. This one tells me that I should hunt the humans down wherever they move in smaller packs at a distance. Soon, it tells me I will have whittled away the city into a small enough chunk to eat in one bite. She continued with each machine, pointing at them, and explaining their advice. The trap makers advise to place traps everywhere, and especially within the city itself. Once done, I should simply leave and let the traps do their work. The behemoths tell me to crush through the gates and stomp on anything that moves. The serpents tell me to fly above, and slowly submerge the city in acid over months until all the humans leave somewhere else. All of it was good advice for the narrow task that each machine fulfilled. None of it was useful for destroying a city. And so that leaves me with the runners and you to ask. She turned to the old runner. What would you do, to destroy a human city? She asked it. The old runner growled in thought. I would. Bring more pack. Many packs. Bring metal sheets. Rush pack forward slowly, sheets to protect. Rush quiet pack from behind faster. Jump from above. Break human defense. Throw humans. Scatter humans. Do not let humans group. Then win. Tarath nodded, understanding how this old runner's tactics would have, and likely had already, proven to be effective against the isolated groups of enemies they hunted down. Once more, however, that advice would not work with the guarded city. She turned to the chosen girl, this Tamari as she called herself. Do you see what I mean? Tarath asked. Now I seek advice from your people. You knew the humans well. You were one of them, once. How would you destroy a city? The girl blanched, fear written in every part of her features. Tarath let her process through it. The ex-human mastered those emotions quickly, fluttering from fear, panic, and then resolve and resolution. My lady, I wish to ask for clarification first on the objective, if I may. You may. Ask as you will. Tarath answered, seeing no reason to deny such a request. The girl licked her lips. You said that the main aim was to destroy a surface clan and stop them from getting help from the Undersider city, yes. Tarath nodded. It might be possible to reach that aim without destroying the human city at all. The other machines flickered a small amount of interest at that. To avoid destroying or killing humans was an odd thought, one that went against what they had all been taught and made for. She could tell they didn't like that. Death was a curiosity, they all had learned to taste it. Still, they sat and observed Tarath more closely, choosing to see what their leader would answer. The feather chose curiosity. And how would that be possible? If an agreement with the city could be made, they could choose not to assist anyone from this surface clan. Tarath considered. Ultimately, however, it was too nebulous. Destruction is more certain. They cannot help the surface humans if they are dead. The girl scrambled for another chance. Wait. What about converting the city into chosen? That way, the Pale Lady could directly control the humans there. You wouldn't need to kill anyone if they all chose to serve instead, right? Tarath tilted her head to the side, again considering the idea. The chosen girl took it as a sign to continue. It would be easier to have the city surrender itself to you instead of laying siege on it. If you attack, there's always a chance that your army breaks against the humans and you fail your mission. If you demand a surrender, the worst the humans could do is to reject it, in which case you're back to your current situation. There's no reason not to try for a more peaceful solution, my lady. The girl hastily added, realizing she'd started to become more animated as she spoke. This was an interesting solution. Tarath had not considered a possibility of outright not attacking the city at all. Offer a plan, Tamari. Tarath asked, waving a hand at her. If this girl believed in her words, then she must have an idea of where to start. She licked her lips, glancing around the entire time. To get a surrender, you need to have people willing to take it. Desperately trying to come up with a plan on the spot. First, we should attack and clear out the hunting lodges outside the city. They're outposts that the Undersider Knights use on hunting expeditions for power cells. They're the early warning for the people living outside the walls to seek shelter. Should we do so, the city will be alerted to our presence. Tarath replied. 77% of all advice I've been offered is contingent on striking an unaware enemy. This suggestion goes counter to that and is mutually exclusive. You are asking me to disregard a large portion of advice I've been offered. Why? Tamari licked her lips again, a nervous tick likely. It would be worth the loss of surprise. With the city alerted, they'll know a full attack is imminent. That will make them start looking for solutions. Once the hunting lodges are taken, the people outside will have to shelter inside the walls at all times. We keep the city sieged and they'll slowly start running out of power, food, and space. Blockade the paths out so that they can't make it to the surface to escape or recharge power cells, and break their trade routes. After that, the people will become more desperate and a lot more open to the idea of surrender. I can lead the chosen to the city and put in the idea that it's possible to escape without harm or a war. Tarath considered this advice. What are the chances of success? Again, another lick of the lips. I don't think the first time will work, my lady. But it's all about putting the seeds out first. We have to keep them penned in and increasingly desperate. The second time, they'll think about it more. The third time, I'm sure my people can convince them otherwise. Is fear all that it takes to convince humans? That has not been my experience thus far. Tarath asked, more puzzled. She'd fought humans before. They showed little fear, only grim determination. The only time she had thought one would run in fear, that boy had ended up killing her instead. She will be seeing him soon again. The noose was slowly tightening and the surface dwellers had no idea the game was already in motion. The ones you fight probably don't fear much of anything or anyone. The girl admitted. But normal people don't fight machines, they're the ones we can convince to peacefully surrender. We don't need to kill them. People don't need to die. The old runner growled at the side. Humans will fight. The machine said, finally breaking its silence. They die quietly. Only when surprised. They die loudly. All other times. His head turned, spine stretching out as he lowered his skull down to the frightened human girl's height, staring her eye to eye. How many? How many of me will your plan kill? Humans will fight. My brothers will die fighting. The girl gulped, stumbling down on her back. The old runner loomed above her regardless, skull following her down, eyes unblinking. There could be peace, Tamari fumbled, voice wilting away against his harsh gaze. We don't want to kill either. A lot of them can be convinced, I know they can be. Please, please give them a chance. The old runner didn't answer that. Enough. Tarath said. I have heard and I will take what you have said in consideration. You may return home. She dismissed the two promptly with a wave of her hand. They had both said their advice. The rest of the machines also began to leave, one after the other, leaving her alone in the old might-made throne room. There, in the dim darkness, Tarath pondered her path forward. She could not afford to lose. The choice she made here would change everything. And once she made it, she would need to commit to it. To attack the humans in one fell swoop that may not succeed, or to slowly pen them in and have them open the gates to their cities of their own accord, in a plan that had more holes than the underground she walks across. There were only 3 more she could ask for advice now. The first Tarath dismissed immediately. The Pale Lady would not answer well to a request for help. There was no number, no probability, only intuition that this would be how the Pale Lady would respond. Tuekar would not likely give her any answer beyond derision. Again, intuition gave her that prediction. There was one last source of advice left to her. An intuition warned her. There were dangers to trusting the words of an enemy. And yet, Tarath still wished to make a decision based on all possible information she could gain. Ultimately that was what made up her mind. She waved a hand again to invite one last speaker to the stage. Winterscar walked across from the audience chamber and leaned on the side of a pillar directly before her. He wasn't there, not truly. Only a manifestation Tarath could see. A ghost in all, even in name. She had let him have some slight control over his jail. Enough for the soul to feel as if it walked on land again. He didn't appear with his armor as he had in life. Here, he carried only the tattered rags of a prisoner. She would leave him some freedom, yes, but remind him of his place nonetheless. All this hadn't been done for purely altruistic reasons. She needed him to remain sane in order to tap into his skills and knowledge. There was only one of him after all. Souls were unique. If Tencent went insane, that asset would be forever lost. A soul without a shell would be subsumed by reality over a short period of time. A body was the perfect shell. A soul fractal was a passable variation, a house that could provide enough shelter against the elements and little more. Had Tarath not held the power of unity, Tencent would have been stubborn and refused to move from his temporary home. She would have been forced to cut the terminal's plaque and fuse the entire thing within her heart. Ugly. How would you break a city? She asked the dead man across the room. He glared at her in response. I'm going to enjoy watching you fail. She could torture him. Could snap her fingers and see him bent over in pain. Break his spine 100-fold. The lady had shown her it was effective. But pain would slowly bring him closer to insanity, and so Tarath chose not to. She picked a different way to negotiate, for now. I'll ask one more time. Answer correctly, and I'll allow you to remain outside your cage. Remain stubborn, and I will strip you of that privilege. How would you break a city? He closed his eyes. Lock me up. Irritation passed through Tarath. Curious, isn't it? How some humans choose to betray their own kind so easily, while others struggle on for no reason whatsoever other than for struggle's sake. Why do you think that is? Desperate people do desperate things. Tencent answered. Your betrayers are scared of dying and tired of the constant struggle. They want it to stop. When people are hurting, they will do anything to stop the pain. Human weakness. Tarath scoffed. Apply pain, and they fall over each other to plot their own race's destruction. Human weakness. The ghost scoffed. You and the rest of your kind act more human than we do. You're nothing more than a distorted mirror, weakness and all. I've seen enough to know the signs. Now, lock me up. This was true, technically. Her synapses were mirrored on the human brain. Tencent was simply stating the obvious as far as Tarath understood. Her hands tapped the throne sides. We are all your flaws, fixed. The proof of our supremacy is self-evident, we are in control, and you are not. Apply pain and get obeisance. He hummed to himself. Familiar. Are you really in control or just a puppet to your lady's whims? The feather narrowed her eyes at the spectre. I am in full control of myself. And every addict escaping from pain has thought the exact same as you do now. I know. I serve the lady because I choose to. It is only right to do so, She is my mother. I don't fear family. Tarath said, feeling annoyed at the platitudes. They made little sense to her. Winterscar grinned again. But you will. The moment you are no longer useful or her favorite, she will throw you away like trash. Maybe you'll remember these words when it happens. Now lock me up, you coward. So be it. Tarath snapped her fingers and Tennycent was gone, the room now truly empty. He didn't rage or fight against the dismissal, instead slinking deeper into the cage. She felt nothing from that jail, the soul within had learned quickly how to hide emotions. A little too quickly. She ran another check and confirmed once more that all the shackles and countermeasures were still in place. Her last few conversations with the man had unnerved her more and more. The memories she'd begun to sort through had painted a life spent harshly. She had no illusions she was harboring a dangerous monster that would seek to destroy her the moment he was free. Power came at a cost. Still, archives of past sieges on human cities painted a bleak picture. The majority of the stronger machines did not operate on the upper levels, and the human cities only existed within the first 3 levels. The army she had of weaker machines was the one she would be forced to use. The advice she'd gotten had overwhelmingly suggested to attack first, attack hard, and take the city by force before they even knew the war had started. And the success rate of that was nearly zero as far back as the archives showed her. The humans always knew when the machines would attack. There was only 7 hours each week in which the city's barriers would drop and the machines could penetrate into the structure. They knew the time and date, and so when the barriers dropped, the human army was marshaled and prepared to hold out against the wave. The only element of surprise she had was the scale of that attack. However, Winterscar had inadvertently given her the advice she could use. Tamory's hastily made plans were sound, only not brutal enough. She traced back how the chosen she commanded had been convinced to join the machines originally. Archives showed her the events. They were refugees attempting to hide and run. Desperate to make it to the surface and being foiled at every turn, corralled deeper into the ground. It took only a week before their spirits had been broken and they no longer believed they'd survive at all. There wasn't a final fight. By the time they had been offered a chance of survival, the few hundred humans left had been starving, exhausted, wounded, and desperate. Once embedded with the Unity fractal, Tuekar could have them killed anywhere at any time, thus cementing full control over their behavior by abusing their fear of death. This was how she would take this human city. When people are hurting, they will do anything to stop the pain. They will surrender to her. Tarath will see them beg for it. Book 2, Chapter 7, Homecoming. Past books sometimes came with pictures of how the world once was. And a smaller but highly coveted selection of books were stories made from nothing but pictures. This is how we knew what old-era architecture looked like. There were some beautiful art pieces of homes and buildings. That was a different time. Today, beautiful architecture existed only in those pictures or the odd video file viewed on a monitor for a few coins. Still, some people would describe the clan fortresses and bunkers up here to be works of art, in their own way. A representation of the struggles a clan would go through, a sort of lived history passed down from people to people. Clans might not remain in one place forever, but the impact each clan made on their home remained. Outside, the colony looked fairly nondescript. Large, overlapping domes with blocky structures, all made of heavy metal and usually half buried in rime and snow. Signs of who the fortress belonged to were found on the broadcast frequency to anyone near enough to receive it. The harsh winds would strip anything that wasn't durable, and the snows following in those winds would cover up decorations of any kind. If there were such a thing as exterior decorations, it would be the welding scars that appeared all over the structures, exposing an ancient history. Where parts of the building had failed to hold up against the elements. Repairs was the second most common task the Reachers would be doing up here. I had never given that much thought about how these fortresses came to be in the first place, before any clans moved in. Now however, my trip underground had changed how I saw the colony homes, of which ours was rapidly approaching. appearing as a distant speck on the airspeeder windshields. Teed clicked a few commands at my side and synced to the general comms with one last toggle flip above him. ATC, Home Clan Airspeeder Nostradamus, an additional non-clan Class C intercept frigate code name Taker, is south of Buoy 7, inbound requesting docking hangars with information Zulu. Notum, Taker is hostage. Repeat, Taker is hostage. As always, pilot speech was a language of its own, though this one was mostly filled with common words. Earlier he had me tune into a broadcast of absolute gibberish he told me was for information on weather and other details to expect closer to the clan home. Today was apparently windy but otherwise sunny. The cockpit filled with static for a moment before a man's voice sounded on the speaker. The air traffic control officer sounded like he'd missed his chance for a cup of coffee 3 hours ago and still hadn't been able to ferret time for a new one. ATC, Roger. Left base, report by Buoy 3 for Nostradamus and Taker. Teed chuckled, then toggled the switch again. Reporting by Buoy 3 for Nostradamus and Taker. Wonder how they're taking us coming home a week early with another ship in tow? I asked. My friend shrugged. Probably another Tuesday at ATC. A hostage ship isn't usual, but it's happened before. They know how to handle it. The pirate ship was indeed flying off on our left, the words Taker inscribed on the sides of the ship. The windows of the airspeeder gave me a pretty good vision of their rather morose pirate pilot, with Iron Reach fully armored and lounging on the co-pilot's seat, legs kicked up on a console. He turned his armored helmet to give us a casual nod. Teed returned a salute while I settled with a wave. Clan Lord Atius was aboard that ship along with his bodyguards, keeping a proverbial sword at the pirate throats. Only Kedra and I remained on Teed's beloved Nostradamus. Massive rail cannon stations were already appearing in the distance as our two ships charged above the snow. These were forward defense posts that served more as intimidation than actual weapons fire. I don't think our clan ever saw them used before, and given that some of them were salvaged and dragged here across a few thousand miles, I wasn't sure how many were in actual working shape. They all looked different from one another. Some of them came from old dreadnoughts, or wrecked airspeeders. Others were found on derelict buildings that had sprouted from the underground. Model difference wasn't the only factor, the different turrets came from different eras as well. The result was a melting pot of different weapons, each requiring a different touch to keep them active and working. Guess those stations are probably going to be seeing a lot of foot traffic real soon, given the recent news. The pair of airspeeders passed by the massive encampments without contest, billowing snow trailing behind our wake. The turrets remained frozen and lifeless, slowly passing by from our perspective. Our clan had the fortune of being scary by reputation, since we had a deathless and the theoretical attackers would not. So the clan lord had focused more on bringing housing online compared to defenses, something he was likely regretting right about now. Nostradamus, for traffic make a left turn at Buoy 3 and fly northbound to Gate 4. Taker to follow for Gate 5. Land outside, I'll let you know when proper taxi is set up. Be aware, Knights called up for Taker in Gate 5. Teed clicked to respond, confirming the orders. ATC, Nostradamus making left turn at Buoy 3 and flying northbound to Gate 4. Taker will mirror for Gate 5. We'll both land in front of our gates and wait for taxi. Out. He flipped another toggle and connected to our sister pirate frigate. You boys heard that? The pilot aboard the Taker answered back affirmative, repeating the instructions, and Teed punched in the new locations, the airspeeder banking slightly. We were already passing the railguns and other listening posts. Most of these were unmanned and unheated, but they certainly looked intimidating. It would be a scramble to power these defenses back online and still have enough cells left over to upkeep current heating. I know Atius kept a buffer for emergencies, I just didn't know how many cells that buffer was made up of. The colony up ahead wasn't all a single unified piece. The heart of the structure, now that I truly gave it thought, was probably might-made. And as the inevitable first clan to find it took over, they overshadowed the inhuman construction, covering it up with tapestries and new inner buildings. The exteriors also had the same story, additions would sprout around the core, slowly over time. At first it would be runways and land markings for the airspeeder's traffic to make use of. And then those would slowly evolve into non-essential storage, and eventually housing once it was safe enough. It was always a race. How much material could be collected and used to build up and maintain housing against the population increase? There were strict rules on children for a reason. A good part of the colony was underground, although go too far deep and the pathways were intentionally collapsed. Homicidal toasters bent on murder and destruction made for complicated neighbors. Nobody wanted to dig too deep, lest the machines pay a visit. So the actual colony looked squat to the ground, the architecture wind-resistant, and any sense of artistry was all mathematical optimizations to keeping heat inside. We hadn't yet filled up all the pre-existing rooms the previous clan had constructed. There were still dozens upon dozens of corridors and buildings on the outer radius, kept mothballed until we had more power cells to reheat those sections. The clan before us had been at least twice our size given what we found. The single number that ruled everything on the surface was the total power cells tied up to heating the colony. Any way to expand outwards while keeping that number sustainable was the name of the game up here. There were only a finite number of power cells and a finite amount of time those cells could be recharged over and over before they broke down. The surface was a constant struggle to outpace that degradation. Atias's sword proved to me that even the occult would degrade over use, since he warned me there were only a few more charges of that soul strike back when I'd touched that blade. And considering I now had a book filled with occult knowledge, I might ask to go touch his sword some more to see if I could figure out how it ticked. I'll ask nicely, of course. My kleptomaniac past was a distant memory, I swear. Talking about aggressive borrowing, Atias had wisely picked the cover story for the cash we recovered as a failed tax evasion attempt. Some smuggler from a different clan had contracted pirates to pick up a delivery of occult knives, only the pirates never came to pick up the knives for some reason. He didn't need to be specific. The time period could have been decades or centuries ago. No one would question the story. And if I cracked the secrets of the occult, I might very well be producing those knives, which would come full circle. The clan hangar came into view, one of many doorways into the structure. Our speeder began to decelerate, the force pushing me slightly out of my seat. Teed expertly banked the ship on course, keeping an eye on the local traffic around us. Nearby, another airspeeder was making a final approach for its own hangar, dragging a massive cube of ice behind it, hauled on multiple hover spikes wedged into the sides. Meltwater mined out of far frozen dig sites, to be introduced into the clan hydro systems, replacing the water that slowly escaped the system one way or another over time. No matter how hard engineers tried, there were always leaks in the system. Our airspeeder continued forward with a slow trot, and then came to a stop, hovering still in the air a few hundred meters away from home. Even safe in our airspeeder, the growl of the hangar doors ahead of us was still slightly audible. Large hexagonal teeth at the bottom made the doorway mirror a yawning giant. Sheets of snow were knocked off as the doorway rose up. Inside the hangar, a small gaggle of suited-up engineers remained at standby, tools at the ready to start maintenance and the inspections. Gate 5's doorway was equally opening up. The pirate ship had carefully come to a stop in front like we did, blue flares of thrust appearing on the sides of the ship chaotically. Those would be the maneuvering thrusters, keeping the ship perfectly steady against the winds. Our own ship would be doing the same, all automatically run. Airspeeder tech that was complete gibberish to the rest of us. It couldn't run on Windows, that was for sure. Strolling out of the hangars and plowing directly over the snow were a smaller set of vehicles with massive tank treads. That would be our taxi. I'd gotten to ride on one of these once. They tore through snow like nobody's business, and the heavy winds here couldn't tip them over even if it got strong enough to toss a scavenger around. Plus those massive treads kept excellent traction on the snow. Teed clicked a few buttons and one of the screens on the center console flickered to view the undercarriage, just as our own taxi passed by our view, riding to the underbelly of our ship. There, a few scavengers were coordinating with the taxi to attach a sturdy clamp from the small vehicle to our much larger behemoth. Teed kept up communications with the small crew, alerting each other of their status, actions, and expectations. Pilot talk was about half gibberish this time. Once the clamps were secure, Teed let the small machine scurry away and guide the airship into the hangar in a far more controlled method. With treads on the ground, there'd be no accidentally drifting into a wall. Soon enough, the hangar swallowed us whole and the door closed behind. The clamp was disengaged and the airspeeder rumbled, landing gear touching the flat metal ground with a deep thud. Reheating would take some time to cycle through a large space like this, so people generally equipped the environmental suits until a taskmaster called out the all-clear and more intense repairs and retrofits could be performed. I gave Teed a slap on the shoulder which he returned with his traditional flair. "Now that my best mate's a knight, you've got some pull, right?" he asked. I stayed still for a second, looking at him. "Perhaps." I left in the air ominously. "What boon shall I bequeath upon you, my poor plebeian?" "Well, lord. There's this woman you see, but she's also a knight now, which kind of ruins my plans at the moment." I laughed at that. "Laser focused. I might be willing to pass your name along to my esteemed colleague, the Lady Knight. It seems however that my throat is oddly parched, which makes it very hard to say anything, sadly. Whatever shall I do? You taken real fast to being a knight?" He chuckled back. "You know what they say." I gave him one last look before leaving him to his cockpit and duties. "There's only the quick and the dead. Underscore 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 un. I could tell Kedra outright that Teed had a thing for her, but that would put pressure on my sister in ways I wasn't willing to do. She'd see it as a duty to go out with at least one date, since I had brought it up. However, what I could do was put him in situations where he had the chance to ask. After that it would be up to him. Scheming was in my blood after all. If Teed and Kedra happened to end up with a chance to be alone, well, perhaps that might not have been by such coincidence. It would be a scandal like no other of course, but that wasn't going to stop anyone. Kedra and I walked into that hangar like kings returning from battle. Already the general scuttle was moving around, the engineers on deck here pausing only for a moment at the unexpected pair of knights. They recognized the Winterscar emblem, offering the traditional salute of deference, but they didn't quite know what to do with me. Many gave me the deference for a high-ranking imperial, which was odd at first until I realized how Journey looked to others. This was armor once worn by a crusader. And while a lot of the ornaments such as paper scrolls and kilt had long ago broken down, the gold remained behind. A familiar environmental suit approached, hunched over slightly and making his way forward with a cane. 4 other reachers walked dutifully behind him, all taking a kneel in front of us as the one with a cane came closer. I could tell from the emblems, charms and other flares just who this was. Of course he'd be here to oversee the repairs on Teed's ship. "Friends stick together. Pleased to meet you, Lord Crusader," Anari said, once he was within courteous distance from me. "Allow me to be the first to welcome you to Clan Altosk. The airspeeder you arrived on wasn't quite expected to return so soon. I regret to inform you, we're not quite sure how best to provide hospitality. To help better accommodate your needs, please let me know what business you may have among our clan, and I'll see to it that it is swiftly handled." Not planning to spoil any surprise, I wordlessly pointed past the hangars, in the direction of the airlocks leading away. Then lifted and tapped the box that held Talon's journal. To seal the deal, I flicked my neck in a follow-me gesture as I walked past the old man. Kedra scoffed and followed behind as an escort. I knew her enough to practically see her eye rolling to the back of her head, but she played along. I'd only get to surprise people once in my life with armor like this before word of mouth ran ahead of me, I wasn't going to miss it. A part of me was itching to get back to my workshop and open up the metal box I carried, and another part of me wanted to simply relax for a moment with friends again. The latter had won out. So long as I kept the box in hand, it wasn't going anywhere. Anari took it all in stride, marching quickly up to the front and opening the airlock doors for us. He wordlessly signaled his 4 servants to carry on with regular duty with a quick hand signal for all clear and I'll handle it. The 3 of us passed without issue, where Anari continued with the lead, taking off his rebreather and hood now that we were indoors. Home sweet home. Had Journey not been filtering the air, I'd be smelling the tint of wet metal. Around the hangars, it was unavoidable and marked the domain of Reachers, specifically the subcaste that was in charge of airspeeders and their care. Not even a few steps inside, and it was already a straight mess of metal walls, with a catwalk right above us. Those were the domain of the Logi caste, and I could see one of their runners speed right above. Zooming on their hover sleds ferrying cargo to and from places in the clan. They'd race at ridiculous speeds around tight turns and twists, which was only possible if they knew nobody would unexpectedly be in their way. As such, foot traffic like ours was delegated to walkways just under the Logi catwalks. Since 2 of our small party of 3 were relic knights, other people walking by gave us a wide right of way, bowing deeply as we passed, or offering a quick nod if bowing would halt foot traffic. Pilgrims always said that stepping into a clan colony felt like they were aboard another airspeeder, a far more cramped and busy one at least. Can't say they were wrong. Space was a premium here, so it wasn't ever wasted, though there were exceptions for clan morale such as the public garden, animal pens, and the central bath. Follow me please, Anari said. There's a ready room made for privacy nearby. I am the ranking reacher for this hangar. If there are sensitive matters to discuss I will take them, or you, to the proper location. If you require any food or drink, please let me know and I'll have a servant dispatched to fetch some for you right away. I remained wordless, following behind dutifully as the old man led me through the structure. Soon enough, we were in a small nondescript room with a table and chair. A projector was provided here along with other tools a small briefing might require. In the last clan habitat that we had left, I remembered rooms like these had doubled as places to sleep, but back in that habitat we were seriously hitting the limit on how large a population could be sustained. New rooms, heaters, and additions were constantly being worked on, and that was far more dangerous than simply fixing up and reheating sections pre-built long ago. Sitting down, Anari folded his hands in front, neatly on the table. Now, you wished to discuss. I looked to Kedra. She shrugged and took the lead, taking off her helmet. That caught the old man by surprise, which was quickly schooled. I take it the armor you wear is Winterscar Prime? He asked. She nodded. It is. I have inherited it. I'm so sorry for your loss. I know your relationship with him was often hard. I only hope there was a sense of closure for you. A pang flared in my heart and I did my best to keep it down. It was easier now that weeks had passed, but a part of me still felt raw about it. What helped dull the pain was the knowledge something of him remained behind within Winterscar. Once I'd learned enough about the occult, I hoped to solve that mystery. I've paid my time. Kedra said. My relationship with my father was complicated. Thank you for your consideration, I appreciate the thought. A polite way of saying she didn't want to talk about it. Anari nodded, understanding her message. Then he took a glance at me. His eyes went back and forth for a few seconds between us. If I may be so bold as to ask a personal question before attending to the Lord Crusader, Lady Knight, what of your brother Keith? Is he licked his lips nervously. Is he all right? Kedra turned to me, and I took my cue. Well, if you have to know. I'm doing pretty good, all things considered. I took the helmet off, setting it down with a thud on the table and leaned my elbow on it, flashing him an impish smile and thumbs up. If surprise had caught the old man previously, this one gave him a heart attack. He gaped, jaw slowly going loose, mind frantically trying to piece together what was going on. Feel like a changed man? I said. Brought back a new look, even. What do you think? Like the gold? He went through a small journey of emotions before he settled on a cackling laugh that had him bend over a bit to hold his stomach. When he straightened back up, he'd brought out the cane. You little rat shit. I should strangle you for that. The old man coughed, half yelling half laughing, taking that stick of his and whacking away at me across the table. Journey's arm guard easily took the blows without bothering to trigger any shields. Do you know how worried I was just now? He said, whacking away at my arm as he did so. Knew there had to be something bad happening for Kedra to be wearing that armor. And here you are acting all restrained and somber. Listen here, you little scrap shit. I'm too old for this. Too old. I will whip you a new one, gods above, they'll drag me to the stockades for assault. When Anari had finished laughing, pouring his pent-up aggression by cane, and wiping away his eyes, he turned up to her. Take it you found a small trove of armors. But why are you in your father's armor? Shouldn't you be wearing one of the new ones? At that, Kedra shook her head. We only discovered one armor, and Keith is wearing it. Then. Oh. I had hoped for a moment. He went quiet for a moment, then took a long sigh. Death is an unfortunate inevitability for all of us, and there can be no running away from it forever. The Lady of the Deep comes for us all. The atmosphere in the room dropped a few degrees, but Anari picked it right back up again. However, you both have had long enough to think about such dark thoughts on the way here. Don't let me ruin a moment of celebration. Keith, my boy, you must have one tall tale to tell little old me about this. Gods. A knight. My boy's a knight. He broke into another fit of laughs. I'll buy you two a drink on me, the top shelf bottles for sure. Moments like these are the ones we save up for. Was really the blessing of their sun goddess, I told him. Led me right to it. Kedra's lip twitched in a slight smile she fought to keep under control. Admittedly, I was being a little cheeky there. It's good to be home. Book 2, Chapter 8, in which Keith has a wholesome day off. The Winterscar estate was a hollow shell. Originally, before the clan migrated away from our old home, we had already scouted and claimed this current ground. The clan had sectioned this estate off for a house of approximately 400 members, back in our heyday. Then the migration happened and only 3 Winterscars survived the trip. So most of the estate was mothballed and left in the cold. Atius did not reassign the ground to another house, or sell off the territory, out of respect to the fallen. There was plenty of other directions the clan could expand to, and he assumed our house would slowly recover. Eventually we would reclaim the dead sections that had been reserved for us. His assumption had been incorrect. Father had hired a few servants to keep the house clean, but hadn't officially recruited new members. In fact, he'd done everything to avoid the issue for as long as I've known him. As a result, only a small skeleton crew kept the estate grounds maintained over these years. They came out to greet us on the training courtyard as Kedra and I walked up the steps and past our gates. The head of house was an older man named Raiden. He was professional, curt, and to the point. His uniform perfectly crisp and expertly tailored. Welcome home, masters. The maids and servants all intoned, bowing as we passed by. Kedra came up to a stop before Raiden, who remained bowed down slightly. Keith and I thank you for your work while we were away, she said, turning to look at the rest of the small staff. As you've no doubt noticed, I am now wearing Winterscar Prime. The recent expedition did not go as planned and Father is now regrettably with the gods. That is terrible to hear, my lady. Raiden said emotionlessly. He was far too professional to allow his personal feelings to surface. We will miss him dearly. The rest of the servants likewise remained silent. Most hadn't interacted with Father all that much. When he was on the house grounds it was either to sleep, eat, or practice out on the field. The rest of the time he spent away on expedition. Kedra took a breath, steadying herself. As the eldest, the rights to command House Winterscar now fall to me. Rest assured, my lady, Raidenai said solemnly. We will serve you as we served him. The rest of the servants gave their own acknowledgements. Kedra nodded. I expect nothing less. She turned to look at me. My brother is now wearing armor as well, a crusader's armor that has been delivered under our banner. House Winterscar now has 2 armors to our name. The servants all straightened out and clapped politely. Keeping a stoic face before the masters of the house was important to them. The real celebration would come later. I could see it in their eyes. There will be some changes now that I am left in charge. Kedra said, taking the stage again. We will be expanding out the house and restoring Winterscar to the size of a more proper house over these next few years. A personal guard will be hired and rearmed, reachers will be brought in to maintain the house and additional servants will be folded under us as we expand. With Keith wielding a relic armor and the additional occult weapons we've recovered, our house's fortunes should be vastly improved to support our new ambitions. Well, if everyone was about to retire and celebrate that the house they worked for has 2 entire armors now, this news hit them like a sledgehammer. I could see glints of barely concealed fervor in the faces of the servants gathered. Generally, working under the houses was the first step to being accepted into the caste itself. All of the servants here had worked under the hope of joining our banner. At least, at the start. They had stayed all these years keeping that hope close to their hearts, despite father's lack of ambitions. And now that Kedra had announced we would be expanding the ranks, it was guaranteed they would be rewarded for their loyalty. This was a long time coming for all of them, and frankly, they deserved nothing less than full admittance, no questions asked. When Kedra dismissed the servants, they moved off to their task with newfound spring in their steps. Oh, they all kept it inside, trying to remain stoic and professional in their duties. But I had no doubts when we weren't looking, the servants would be throwing their own after-work party to celebrate and gossip about the news. More than one was going to have a hard time working tomorrow, I suspect. Kedra and I made our way into the old home, splitting off to attend to our separate tasks. While I desperately wanted to deposit Journey into the armory and make a straight line to the baths, I had a very special job to take care of before anything. So my first target was my personal room. I grabbed the attention of the first maid I passed by, signaling her to halt. Hello Marjorie. I need your help with something. She turned and gave a polite bow. How may I assist you, Master Keith? Going to need to get used to being called that. Sheepishly, I scratched the back of my head, only to click the armor's gauntlets against the helmet. Sometimes I felt graceful in this armor, other times I felt more like a fumbling idiot. This would be the latter. Oh well. Please go to the reachers and fetch me a regular safe box, a few sheets of metal and welding tools. I'll be in my room when you return. I have work I need to do. She bowed deeper. Of course, I will bring you the supplies right away. The maid turned and scurried away, passing by another servant who quickly came up to offer similar greetings. He gave a similar bow, before straightening up. Rella wishes to inform the masters that an early meal is being made in honor of your return. It will be served in half an hour, if you so wish to attend. This lunch served will be mushroom ragu, with broiled anrix isopods set on a soft bed of spinach topped with béarnaise sauce and a white wine pairing. Dessert is to be baked apple slices with cinnamon and a light vanilla sauce. Oh! Food. Real food. Actual food made by the hands of a master chef. Our single cook was probably one of the best assets our house had, in my opinion. Rella was probably working a small miracle right now from the moment she got word our airspeeder had been sighted arriving. Please, tell her we really appreciate the gesture and that I look forward to tasting her cooking again. It's been a long few weeks of rations. The man smiled, gave another bow and turned to deliver the reply without further word. Talon's journal remained locked in my grip and I gave it a slight shake as I watched him walk away. The contents lightly tapped the sides, reminding me the box was full despite Journey making the weight feel effortless. My other hand patted Tsu's seeker on the belt, still firmly attached where it was supposed to be. None of my servants knew the literally divine artifacts I was carrying absent-mindedly on me. The gods could stand to wait half an hour for me to cram food down my throat, I think. I swear I won't spill anything on the box. Underscore 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 un. The best place to hide things was where nobody could reach. And there were many such places here in the clan. To say the uninhabited parts of the estate had dilapidated would be an understatement. That turned out in my favor. I could pick places where I'd hid items in my childhood, sure. Compartments in the ceilings, or in the floors. Over the years there's a few dozen places I'd found in these new estate grounds to hide things. If I was being real, those had probably long ago been found out by the staff here and they only politely indulged my fantasy of thinking I knew the house better than they did. But now I was an adult, and more importantly, I had relic armor. That opened up new places to hide my items. Places where only someone who was extremely prepared could poke their nose into. Keeping Journey on, helmet firmly locked in place, I strode deeper into the forgotten stretches of the estate, locking the doors behind me as I went. I knew from experience the temperature would drop significantly on each doorway I passed the deeper I went into the Winterscar grounds. Eventually, I reached corridors that as a teen I hadn't dared to open up. By the time I'd reached this part, I had been shaking and clattering already from the cold. With Journey, I felt nothing. The doors before me carried the warning ribbons on them. Skull and bones. The truly unheated sections. I grabbed the sides of the bulkhead door and unlocked the trigger. A gust of air from my current room fled down the empty corridor as the temperature difference demanded the air to move. Following that wind, I took a step inside and closed the doorway behind, sealing me into one of the dark, forgotten sections of the colony with a heavy clank. Journey had already lit up its lights. There were no hallway lights, no power flowed here. And even if it did, not all those lights would run given the massive amount of neglect. Unlike other parts of heated structure, there wasn't a mobile dust layer here. Instead, the ambient air moisture had long ago frozen alongside the dust, trapping it on the thin film at my feet. Each step I took, the ice under me crackled, disturbed once more. I marched through that darkness with intent, going further into the superstructure. Old rooms that had never been seen by human eyes for decades, abandoned since the last clan had evacuated it. Signs of inhabitation that had long ago been covered up by frozen dust. Temperature? I asked Journey, curious to see how bad it was. The number returned was a fair bit higher than the actual surface, but still cold enough to kill. A rebreather could tank a puncture indefinitely at this temperature without overdraw at least, so these corridors were a bit safer than walking the surface. The danger here was the gases, which meant that if a scavenger wanted to come down searching for my secrets, a rebreather wouldn't be enough. Those only heated and dampened the air. If the air already lacked oxygen over the decades of being left unmaintained and the ventilations powered off, that rebreather would do absolutely nothing to save the unfortunate soul. This was what I was banking on to help hide my treasure. I passed door after door of unmarked rooms, all different scales and sizes. Some could have been used for storage, others servant quarters. The trek took a while, walking down history. There was even another courtyard I stumbled on, training targets still out and eternally ready for the day humans reclaimed these grounds. It was on a second floor up that I found a room that seemed inviting. Here, I stepped into the past. When clans moved, most things were packed up and readied. People often had an entire year to plan out what to bring with them. But there were still hundreds of junk items that were slowly accumulated over a lifetime and made little sense to carry given the size constraints. either because they could be recreated in the next home, or they weren't important enough to carry with. Here was a room filled with such things. Clothing in a cupboard, a bed that was still neatly folded up, all the fabric still in one piece due to the sub-zero temperature preserving it. Wall cotton was a hardy plant that was easy to grow in the aquaponic farms, and a single plant could produce plenty of fabric to work with. There wasn't all that much point to bringing the more easy to create items, like blankets. I could see photography on the drawer to the side, showing a smiling woman holding a rather unhappy-looking cat. The photo was laminated, held up by a metal clasp. 3 other clasps were left on that drawer, all empty. This picture was placed front and center, pointed right at the doorway rather than the bed. Almost as if left specifically for whoever walked in to see. A message for me, I think. My hands reached out, and I picked up the old photo, noticing how the lamination was slowly unbinding on the edge. The back had writing, legible. Her Royal Highness, Lord High Executioner, Pautini III, the Uncrustable. It read: Beloved cat, nefarious terrorist to all exposed ankles, and the reason the rats still run around. May the deep freeze we leave behind do the job Her Royal Highness refused to bother with. Cats were often kept as pest control, but nobody could fault a family for spoiling certain cats rotten. This ball of fluff certainly looked the part. It was odd to think that this woman was likely long dead of old age, and the best I could hope to find was her children's children. Despite the massive gulf of time, people still seemed to be the same. Humor was eternal at least. Next to all that was a small glass box, closed with nothing inside. Other remnants remained scattered all over the room, leftovers that painted the history of a servant within the manor, serving whichever house had once owned this territory before Clan Altosk had moved in. I thought it was touching personally. This was as good a place as any. All right, Journey, show me the best spot to bury my treasure. My hand patted the black safe box I'd carried all this way. Location spotted and outlined on HUD. Journey chimed, pointing to a small nook on the opposite side of the bed. My headlights were casting deep shadows by the flooring here, anyone who was searching this place would likewise hardly see the spot. This would do well to fool anyone passing by with a quick glance into the room. If they continued a more in-depth investigation, I seriously doubted any attempt to hide the item would have fooled a more invested seeker. The backpack I carried dropped on the composite wood flooring with a clink of metal tools, all colliding against one another. Kneeling down, I brought out the right weapons for the job and cut into the floor with my occult knife, neatly matching the dimensions of the safe box. Journey's HUD made the work simple, outlining where the cuts needed to be, and keeping my hands perfectly centered. Once done, I lowered the steel box into that hole. Inside was Tsuya's seeker. A box within a box. And under the fabric nest that cradled the seeker, I had set up a false bottom. Here I had hidden another box, Talon's journal. Forgive me, Tsuya, but learning the occult had more value to me than the seeker. If one was to be stolen from me, I picked to have the seeker taken. My bag of tools held a drill and plenty of screws, all of which I used to liberally tie the safe box down into the floor. Should the worst happen, I hoped the possible thief would stop with Tsuya's seeker and leave the rest of the safe box behind. With everything set, I gingerly lowered the cut flooring section back on top. It fit snugly. In the shadows cast by the bed, the cut partitions was almost impossible to notice. The craftsmanship Journey had enabled was certainly top tier. I stood back up, slapping my hands free of ice. Right. Now that that's taken care of, time to trap the place. I reached for more tools and items inside the backpack, everything I'd need to give someone a terrible, terrible time. I'd even brought a broom with me to disturb the dust layer and start laying some false trails into the other paths. If there was an unfortunate soul stumbling around looking for my shinies, they had better be wearing relic armor. Because I wasn't making deterrents. underscore 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 un. The baths were one of the main spots people socialized. Undersiders found this the weirdest of our cultural quirks. They were all used to having their own showers and baths inside their own private rooms. I always thought keeping a separate bath all to your own household sounded lavish and extremely inefficient. Plus, it would be too quiet. Water was a time to talk to your neighbors and put the anxieties of the past behind you. Clean the body, clean the soul. Choosing to do that alone sounded so strange. I remember being worried for the mental health of the pilgrims when I first heard their stories. At least until they made it clear they had other ways to socialize in the undersider cities. Up here, it was the single primary way different castes all intermingled together, besides early schooling and ball games in the empty hangars. The entrance to the bathhouse alone inspired peace and a farewell to worries. The very architecture was deliberately different, made with ceramic tiles instead of metal. People wrote poetry, stories, jokes and etched art into these tiles. Each would be works someone had spent months polishing and perfecting on their own time until they were ready to submit to a free space in the wall. Washing the very structure with times people remember fondly or laugh at, and art to share with others forever after. Who would want to clean anywhere else but here? Undersiders were an odd bunch. Our group of 3 made a stop at the entrance before splitting up. I could see dozens of others coming and going, a lot of faces I recognized from the weeks spent in the heated sections of the airspeeder, on break. Everyone wanted to get clean. Kedra took a left to the women's grooming hall while Teed and myself made our way to the right, passing by the fabric curtains into the men's version. Sounds and smells were the first thing to hit us. People talking mixed together with laughter and shouting. Kids fighting each other with towel whips on the dry section, waiting for their fathers to wrap up shaving and haircuts. This hall was large, wide enough to have pillars required intermittently in order to keep structural integrity for all the buildings built above it. My first stop was getting my hair tended to. While I'd been out on expedition, my hair had been doing as hair is wont to do. Which isn't always pretty. There were plenty of open barber chairs, where I made my way to one and asked the gentleman for a loose cut. The man took my coin and made quick work of the locks of hair that had overgrown during the expedition. He finished it off with a few quick swipes of a razor blade on the bits of stubble that had taken root. I hadn't tipped him for a prolonged and serious cut, just something quick and to the point. I took a long look at my reflection as he worked with quick and practiced movements. Shaggy hair that reached my ears was my typical go-to look. And while I would have enjoyed having a beard, my genetics had chosen freckles and patchy stubble instead. Very manly, yes, I know. Kedra told me that according to some of her friends, I would look good with round glasses. And Teed had told me that his first impression of me was an overworked rail-thin engineer with perpetual soot in his hair and cheeks. And his second impression was to check his pockets to make sure everything was still there. My best friend everyone, round of applause. The barber did his job well, getting done in minutes, already cleaning up the snipped off hair and cleaning his hands as the next man took my seat. In minutes, I was shoving my clothing into a cubby, taking off the necklace key inside and trading it for my belongings. There were 2 divisions here, one for the dirty clothing I walked into the baths with, and one already pre-filled out with a comfortable and pre-washed robe I'd wear on the way back home. I left that one alone while I piled up my belongings on the other side of the divider. Shut door, click, turn the key and done. It was now time for my favorite part in all this, not having to use a goddamn sponge to get clean inside a heated environmental tent. I rolled the sliding door and entered the far more wet part of the grooming hall. A full shower here was bliss, getting to actually scrub soap all over and wash my hair fully. This was what really let me sink into feeling home. The entire process was quick. It was bad manners to hog a shower head for too long since people wanted to get into the baths. Once I was clean of dirt and grime, I was ready for the bath. The bathhouse itself was enormous, one of the largest open structures in the clan home, set up at the very center. Here lay a massive lake of steamy water, filled with smaller islands of bench seats scattered organically all over, for people to find a nook and relax with their friends. At the center was a large central rock with decorations and plants of all kinds growing on it, like a small mountain from the picture books. They say the soul of the clan lived within, energized by the people that surrounded it at almost all times of the day. The water remained at hip height at every part of the bath for the most part. Floating composite wood trays held refreshments, anywhere from liquor to fruits, usually shared by the small groups of merry-goers. If the grooming halls were loud and filled with sounds, this place was even worse, with voices echoing and bouncing all around. I could see all kinds of people here, anywhere from the elderly in their own corner having calm chats, to the teenagers on the other side of the room playing social games of all kinds, mostly as an excuse to flirt. Children had their own separate, more shallow part where they splashed around and made a ruckus away from everyone else. The guardian was sitting by to ensure the kids didn't accidentally pull off too much roughhousing. She looked tired, likely having played with the kids a few moments ago and was now waiting for her replacement to take the next shift. A little further away, I could see Teed having already settled down, and Ari and his wife right by him. They had claimed a U-shaped island of half-submerged benches, where they all relaxed. Teed, like many others in the clan, kept up with body training, giving his darker skin definition and muscle mass. He had accentuated the look with silver link necklaces, each overlapping. And, more importantly, matching the square metal rectangle earring reachers carried as proof of skill and ranking within that caste. Undersiders were always shocked at how much the Surface clan put grooming and self-care on a pedestal. For a people that spent a massive amount of time sealed up in environmental suits, I suppose it did sound odd. The reality is that only a small portion of our population spent so much time outside. Most only stepped outside for ceremony reasons or general training in case of future emergencies. And when the main social event that saw all castes in the same room involved a relaxing dip in the water, in one of the few times you could really let loose of all the layers of clothing, well, showing off was something universal to humanity, I would think. Anari, on the other hand, was an older man who already had a wife and had no cares to keep up appearances like his youngers. Wrinkly pale white skin and white whiskery beard did nothing at all to help with that. Despite it all, he still had a gold earring proudly displayed, denoting his master-level skills within his career. Teed was an excellent pilot, but only 7 pilots in the clan wore a gold earring right now, as far as Teed told me. Anari's wife was similar, looking more like the grandmother I wish I had. Or rather, unofficially, I considered her my real grandmother. Teed waved, and I made my way over, taking quick steps through the hot water and finally sinking into the bench at his side. Oh gods in the skies above, this was how people were meant to live. I'm never getting out. I mumbled happily as the warmth surrounded me like a blanket. Teed chuckled, turning to Anari. See, you made the wrong bet there, old man. Told you that would be the exact words the kid D say first. Anari frowned. Fine, you win. Bah. I'll buy the first round. Swam right into that one. He grumbled, but his wife pushed him lightly back down on the seat as he stood. Allow me, dear, I need to stretch my legs a bit. We've been sitting for a while now, she said in a warm voice. Beatrice was a woman from the Logi caste, specifically an operator. That was easy to tell considering she had ink markings on the side of her cheek. She had been in charge of organizing where her caste runners were at all times and telling them which directions to go. Supposedly a fairly involved task which she'd retired from recently, now giving a helping hand to the mushroom farmers, which was much slower paced and relaxing work for the elderly. Inter-caste marriages weren't super rare in this case, because the Reacher caste was roughly at the same level as the Logis, so there wasn't any fuss to the two getting together. Anari scoffed. How about we both go and make it a nice romantic walk to get tipsy? He stood up, using his cane to help prop him up, and the two hobbled through the water away. Teed grinned sheepishly at me. I didn't forget you had a parched throat. Consider my end complete. He waved at the retired pair walking away. Zero shame, hey, I said from my seat, moving my hands through the warm water and feeling as it passed over my open fingers. Bliss. Getting a poor old man on a bet. He shrugged. You didn't specify where the drink had to come from, only that the water be flowing. I shrugged back. What's the official way to demand bribes again? No, you did it right. Teed said, chuckling. It's not about who pays so long as you're getting paid, see? Think big picture. His finger tapped the side of his head, a knowing smile. Now, bout your part of the deal here. I waved his concerns away. Haiji, I'll figure something out. But I'm not going to outright tell her to go ask you on a date. That part's on you, so quit being so shy about things. I'll set up a moment. Turning, I tapped his chest with a pointed finger. But I'm not leading her into bathhouse games just for you to wuss out. Got me? You're silver, put your ego where your mouth is. He laughed at that. Even if I were a gold pilot, I'd still feel nervous about asking a damn night out. Just as I was finally getting over asking a ranking retainer out, she had to go and turn into a knight. You knew she'd have eventually. Father would have retired and one of us was going to pick up his plate. And it wasn't going to be me. The water splashed a bit as he shifted, stretching out and staring up into the faraway ceiling. This was one of the few places in the clan where there was so much open space above. It made the baths feel enormous. I knew that, Teed said, hand raising up and motioning up. Just thinking I had more time to climb up the ranks before the time came. Feel like I'm only a few months away from making it into gold. Would have felt better asking from that position. What was funny, at least to me, is that Teed hasn't seemed to realize Kedra hadn't just become a knight. She was now the Lady Winterscar. As she was the eldest between us and thus held the rights. Earlier today she'd strode into that courtyard already in command and prepared with a plan for our house. Teed wasn't just planning on asking out any random relic knight, he was thinking of dating the head of a house. The scandal and gossip about this could be legendary. And of all the heads of houses, Kedra was probably the only one he actually had a chance for, since she wasn't going to bow to the pressure of marrying for political gain. The other houses could go choke on ice. I don't see someone like Kedra giving even an inch of her own autonomy. Especially now that she held all the power. Talking about the devil, she walked out of the women's hall with a few of her old friends, making her way to another section where a gaggle of women were occupied. They all cheered and waved as she approached. Given the tattoos they sported like mine, they were all retainer caste. Didn't need to look to feel Teed shift around and sneak a disguised peek. I elbowed him in the side, get your mind out of the drain. That's my sister, you bastard. Wasn't looking, swear on Talon. He chuckled, the traditional response to our familiar inside joke. What's your next plan of action, if you don't mind me askin? Not so subtly changing the subject there, buddy. Now that you're a knight, I mean. He clarified. Noticed you didn't get the additional tattoo yet. You'll have to stop by for it at one point. Gods, that would look like an odd sight. A twig like me walking around with that on my shoulder. Think I need to work out first. Knights aren't supposed to look scrawny. He gave a weak shrug. Don't be supposin' you need to care how you look when you're at the top of the mountain. Humming in consideration, I sank deeper into the water. Anari was making his way back with a floating tray from the corner of my eye, and his wife staying by the shop side talking to old friends. If he brings back strawberry-flavored shots, I'm kicking you over there. I threatened. I'll see that as a sign from the gods. He gave a quick look over where my sister had settled with her friends, all of them animatedly asking her questions as she politely answered each. Even from the distance it was pretty obvious who was the center of attention there. Frankly, her sense of style also eclipsed the women there too, as she had some sort of unworded elegance around her. Kedra was always immaculate in her appearance and mannerisms. It was the armor she wore at all times, and even around me it rarely dropped. I think Teed was the only one who'd seen her slacken that armor, and only a few times at that, just like me. "No way," Teed said, almost pleading, "there's 12 of them. Rather eat glass. And so long as you're not in armor, you ain't dragging me anywhere. Don't even think about it, twig. I will throw you halfway across the water if you try. Don't think I won't make a scene." On the other corner of my eye, I saw a small group of men stumble out of the men's hall, all scanning around the lake with the energy of people who had a goal. One of them saw me, and pointed in my direction to his fellows. The others all whooped and jumped in, making a direct path to us. The leader of this group of hooligans was a familiar face. One that I'll never forget from childhood, looking down in sheer terror at a specific avatar of white-feathered vengeance. The rooster tamer himself had come out to say hi. "Okay, but hear me out, what if the numbers got even?" I grinned. "Because it looks like word got around that we're back early." "Fucking gossips." Teed sighed, voice dripping with defeat. "No place safe from my kind buddy," I said, wrapping an arm around his neck and whispering more conspiratorially. "Now, here's the plan. Book 2, Chapter 9, The Occultist's Cookbook, 1st edition. Alert. Ambient temperature within comfortable margin." Journey chimed in my ear, waking me from my meditation. Around me, the small familiar room had taken on a different look compared to what it had been the first time I'd stepped foot. The walls glistened slightly, condensation forming on the sides. The small heater I'd brought with me remained humming, fighting a hard battle to keep this single room heated. It wasn't perfectly insulated with any sort of quality, unlike the ribboned doors that I'd passed earlier. But a room was still a room, and with a heater constantly supplying power, I had created a small pocket of habitable air here, deep within the mothballed sections of House Winterscar. Getting this heater on the sly was a little difficult to arrange. If I ordered a portable heater and then disappeared for a few hours, the connections could quickly be made. So I had to give a good excuse where I'd be in a more subtle approach to swiping the heater. Hard part had been done now. Within this small pocket of warm air, I was free and truly safe from all prying eyes. No one could accidentally reach me, since they'd have to make a full journey through the dark zones. A small cloud of wispy grey had been actively swaying from all parts of the armor, reaching out to the room like tentacles. It was fascinating to watch. I'd discovered a few novel things from poking my nose into journeys so far. Namely, how the bloody hell it managed to cycle clean air in the suit, even if completely submerged. There was no obvious tank of air anywhere that anyone could see. The answer lay in how the suits repaired themselves. They could destroy matter, and recreate it, within hardwired limits. All Journey did was destroy carbon dioxide and recycle it into oxygen, with a few other gases to balance. It only cost some energy to do so, which was where a fair percentage of the power cells it ate went to. In this room, the stale air had long ago gone bad according to Journey. Not totally bad, but not great for my health either. What Journey was doing right now was acting as a magic air purifier. With each swipe of those reaching tendrils, the air it passed through was converted into something more breathable. I didn't need to move, the heater was causing a gentle wind within this closed room, so new air was constantly being cycled where Journey caught and filtered it. Soon enough, Journey chimed that the room was ready enough. So, heated enough and clean enough. Time to get to work. I unhooked Journey's helmet, setting it down and taking a breath of the air here. Smelled slightly stale, but not overly so. A breath out and I saw the vapor mist billowing out of my mouth. It was still cold enough to nip at my cheeks and nose, but certainly habitable. The poor heater wasn't going to perfectly warm this room up considering the oppressive temperature right past the walls and sealed doorway. There were too many leaks. That's fine. I had brought a good amount of power cells with me. I could tank the cost. There was a reason I needed to be able to work without a helmet. And that reason lay inside a black safe box I had hidden here a day ago. Unlocking the box, I saw all the contents within had gone untouched. The seeker remained cradled in a bed of linen, appearing as the centerpiece. I brought it out and set it to the side. This wasn't what I planned to investigate first. Tsuya had said the seeker worked with the mites. Those elusive buggers were nowhere near the surface, so I figured my research on that would be limited. My target lay under the false bottom of the safe. There were questions I needed answered. Kedra had shared the recording of events at the bunker and we'd both pored over the details, trying to figure out what was going on. The technical answer we arrived at was what the fuck. It was pretty clear I'd only get my answers once I studied the occult. We'd tabled it for later, on her part because of the sheer amount of paperwork she'd taken on, and on my part for the busy work of executing that paperwork. I'd been marching around the clan drumming up support. Kedra had planned a return to the light, but that wasn't going to happen without some effort and legwork. New servants needed to be hired, subcontractors from the Logi castes needed to be brought on board to handle the numbers, and 100 other smaller details. Finding the spare time to sneak out and study the occult was an oddly difficult task to juggle. Especially since this wasn't something I could even let a tiny hint escape. People would ask questions about why the second armor in House Winterscar was absent. A bit of digging around brought me back into the present and I found the latch to lift up the false bottom. Talon's metal safe box reflected the ambient light, giving a slight glint. I brought that up wholesale and set it down. It's odd to consider that this tiny box might just be the most important moment in my life. I twisted the handle and opened the box. The panel protecting the interior slid open, revealing the thick tome of metal. I could hold the spine in one hand, but it certainly stretched my fingertips. Despite how beefy it looked, most of the space was taken up by the thicker sheets of metal and the vellum material that separated each. I don't think there are more than 50 sheets within the whole thing. Now that I was using my eyes to see the surface, I saw what Atias had. There were indeed words inscribed on the surface sheet. The same ones that the clan lord had read to Kedra and I. I gingerly flipped that first sheet of metal and moved on to the second. To begin to understand the occult, one must understand that the occult was not made for humankind. It came into being as a part of the universe, far before our time. There are 3 rules to the occult that defy logic and have no means of explanation. All remaining rules of the occult can be derived back to these original rules in some form. The first rule of the occult, and the root from which all stems, reality can recognize patterns. I'd hoarded books and stories whenever I could. There was one point that was quickly understood: the occult as I knew only became a thing after the annihilation of the world. There was a whole range of history that just didn't exist, wiped off the face of the world. That happened to a lot of things, where old world humans would reference items or concepts that used to be a thing but no longer existed. The occult was one such term. Old world humans saw the occult more like stage magic, pentagrams, black candles, goats on the altars. But past the information blackout, the occult reappears in more modern stories and history, this time as an actual force of nature. If reality truly did have runes of some kind that it bowed to, those symbols wouldn't look artistic like the occult of the old world, with written words scribbled on the sides for effect. So then, what would reality itself recognize as a pattern? I traced through the words inscribed into metal. These patterns are commonly called fractals, though they do not always equate to the mathematical term. Some cultures have used the word glyphs, sigils, or marks, or what I assume are actually occult fractals. The source of these patterns came from chaos theory, a branch of mathematics people of the old world studied. Chaos theory are equations which are inherently unpredictable. Even beginning with the same conditions and input data, the result would deviate from the previous calculation. Yet, if repeated again and again, some show patterns. And if that pattern appears, unerringly, no matter what data is used, the pattern will always appear. As if inscribed into the very fabric of the universe itself. The language of deities. The metal slab ended there. Hastily, I flipped the sheet, reading the next page. The second rule of the occult: electricity ignites these patterns. It was discovered that these patterns will remain inert until an electric current is run touching the pattern. The material does not matter, although it has traditionally been plates of metals due to ease of conduction and access. The size, or location of the pattern does not matter. The strength of the electric current does not matter. The third and final rule is that all patterns connect to a single concept. When active, that concept is manifested upon the world. There are an infinite amount of patterns within chaos theory, and of those patterns, there is a subset of patterns that reality will acknowledge. Within that smaller infinity, lies an even smaller subset in which the concepts represented by the inscribed glyphs map to human understood concepts. To wield the occult is to seek out and record those unique patterns of reality, and then bend them to your will. I took a pause, digesting the information in the dim light. This must be why Tsuya had referenced the soul fractal, that could be the pattern that matches the concept of soul? Which brought another question: if the occult was a force of nature that predates humanity, and all life in general, then why is there a fractal for a human soul? What exactly is a soul in the first place? Was this universal, in such a way that the soul was a concept that already existed before life even developed? The occult is split into two masteries. In the first order of mastery, an inscribed glyph can be activated with no other action. These glyphs connect to simple concepts. Simple glyphs such as heat or division, they can be used by anyone, even in ignorance. The second mastery is far more elusive and